never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The two black boxes from the deadly mid-air collision in Washington last night that's feared to have killed 67 people have been recovered. They are now reportedly on their way to the National Transportation Safety Board lab. NTSB said they should have a report ready within a month on the crash investigation. A preliminary FAA report reveals that staffing at the air traffic control tower was not normal during the mid-air collision.
Multiple media reports cite a source saying staffing was not normal for the amount of air traffic and the time of day.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team.
The NTSB's Todd Inman says investigators continue to collect information on tower personnel. According to the source, the tower typically has a controller focused on helicopter traffic, with another checking both airplane and helicopter activity. I'm Brian Shook.
The astronauts who've been in space for a very extended stay on board the International Space Station have completed a spacewalk. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled outside the ISS to collect samples to determine whether microorganisms exist on the outside of the orbiting laboratory.
Are you ready for me to come out? I'll be ready in 1 second. Okay, let me get my logo on.
The spacewalk lasted 5 hours and 26 minutes, and Suni Williams set a new record for the most time spent in space by a woman, 62 hours and 6 minutes. The mission has been deemed a success. Stocks closed higher following a volatile day on Wall Street.
Investors were reacting to several earnings reports, including those from Meta platforms Tesla and Microsoft. Wall Street also looked at fourth quarter GDP growth that missed expectations, coming in at just 2.3%. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 168 points. The S&P 500 rose 31 points. The Nasdaq gained 49 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of the United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
For the first time, NASA scientists are describing what they found in samples from an ancient asteroid.
The asteroid named Bennu came from an ancient celestial body that had water and other elements critical for the emergence of life.
This all supports the theory that asteroids like Bennu were among the sources that delivered water and chemical building blocks for life.
Scientists found 14 out of 20 amino acids used by Earth creatures to break down protein. The OSIRIS brought back more than 4 ounces from the surface of Bennu. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
U.S. immigration and custom enforcement agents are carrying out raids across the country, including sanctuary cities.
The raids began immediately after President Donald Trump lifted restrictions on ICE operations at sensitive locations like schools, churches, or hospitals. This week, arrests were made in conjunction with the Drug Enforcement Agency and the Department of Homeland Security in several undisclosed Los Angeles neighborhoods. Many of those arrested are said to have criminal backgrounds. I'm Phil Hewlett.
Today, I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay.
President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. Congressman Chip Roy loves that idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative.
The president is right. Let's put him in Guantanamo.
The president of Cuba has other words for it. He calls it an act of brutality. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Alrighty, looks like it's time to cue the microphone. Let's get ready, set, and roll into a Friday. The greatest day of the week. Alright, so believe it or not, we are going to be saying farewell to a Thursday, Friday, 31st day of January, which also means we're going to be saying farewell to January. You believe that? February 1 rolls in Saturday. So hope your new year's off to a good start. Here we've had a pretty active week, to say the least. I'd like to welcome you in the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A cloudy night, what's going to be a rainy night outside the secret bunker. We've had some rain earlier, but there's a whole lot of rain out there tonight. Yep, this big storm we were talking about all week long that originally came ashore in Southern California last weekend, Sunday into Monday. It has finally definitely regenerated, reinvigorated, intensifying. So we've got rains tonight already beginning to push over toward the eastern seaboard. Eastern portions of Virginia, much of Virginia, as a matter of fact, seeing some pockets of light to moderate rain. Southwestern Pennsylvania, all of Virginia, you're pretty much locked in with rain. Southern Ohio, south of Columbus, but the rain kind of creeping from southwest to northeast. You've got the main line of shower and thunderstorm activity. Some heavier rains will be progressing into the Louisville metro area over the hour ahead. Heavy rains down into the Nashville area. Some stronger storms. They're in southwestern Tennessee. It looks like most of the rain is now east of the Memphis area. You've seen several hours of heavy rain there. Northern portions of Mississippi, heavy rains pushing into the Jackson, Mississippi area. And the line extends all the way down into southwestern portions of Louisiana tonight. We have seen some stronger storms over the last several hours. Severe thunderstorm warnings there in southwestern Mississippi and south central Louisiana. Looks like they've weakened a bit at this moment in time. No severe thunderstorm warnings, but we could see a few reaching that level. Primarily strong straight line winds, 60 mile per hour winds in some cases, and torrential downpours. Those flood watches extend through much of West Virginia tonight. Numerous flood warnings. They're in western portions of Kentucky, where they've really been getting doused here over the last several hours. So we start there with our traveler's weather. It is a large storm that's finally going to finish that cross-country trek here to end the week. Some rain, some snow, even some ice for some areas. Widespread disruptions and hazardous travel, obviously. These upcoming storms are going to briefly interrupt the pattern, which has been quick-hitting cold fronts that have been bringing some snow showers and snow squalls in the form of Alberta clippers from the Great Lakes to the northeast. So we roll into Friday. Some wet snowflakes may mix with some rain from Michigan through much of upstate New York, north central and northeastern Pennsylvania. Here for the day ahead, Friday, the winter driving hazards going to really be limited to a rather narrow corridor from Michigan to Maine. Cold air is being pushed off northward into Canada before the storm arrives, and milder air taking place. We're showing 42 degrees outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio at this hour. So again, no concerns about frozen precipitation. Going to bring a lot of rain, though, to the northeast through the day ahead. Mainly rain for most areas. As precip moves in during the early morning hours here Friday, we could see some sub-freezing temperatures in parts of Pennsylvania and New York. Could see some ice accumulations, a.k.a. freezing rain, primarily during the pre-dawn hours. Temperatures will continue to rise above freezing. In some cases, even if it is a few degrees above freezing, the ground temperatures may be a few degrees lower, especially where the snow has been hanging on. So roads that remain heavily salted should just be wet in most cases. Watch the bridges, the overpasses, elevated areas. Yeah, lots of mild air moving in with this storm. Many places that see any freezing rain will be changing over to plain rain by midday and early afternoon on Friday as the temperatures continue to climb. Further north, though, some cold air is going to hang on a bit longer, resulted in mostly snow for the duration of this storm. There's going to be a thin swath where on the northern edge of the storm, Friday and Friday night, we could see 1 to 3 inches of snow, even 3 to 6 in the higher elevations of upstate New York and New England. Some of those highest elevations could see nearly a foot of snow. But the milder weather along the I-95 corridor means mainly a rain event rather than snow for the day ahead. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s from Washington, D.C., all the way up into the Boston area. It's going to be moving pretty swiftly off the coast by this weekend, a rapidly moving storm. That's going to leave behind some cool, blustery, but dry, sunny weather by the time Saturday rolls in. Now, behind this storm, they're looking at another wave of snow forecast to sweep from Minnesota to New England. Again, the northern tier of the country from late Saturday into Sunday. Now, some of the same areas in New York and New England experiencing snow later today and Friday night. May see another dose of snow late Sunday into Sunday night. So AccuWeather advises be prepared for more slippery travel for the second half of the weekend, which could actually linger into the Monday morning commute. Again, they're in upstate New York in those areas. So I mentioned the broad area of precip. Yeah, we've also got some shower activity northwest Ohio, up into northern Indiana, and some stronger showers and maybe a rumble of thunder back toward Kansas City, Missouri, on through northern portions and northeastern Kansas tonight. That's the wraparound, the northern or backside of this large storm system. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll take a look further to the west, where in the Pacific Northwest, we're going to be seeing a lot of precipitation. Much of this will be in the form of frozen precipitation, which we do indeed have winter weather advisories stretching from northern portions, northern California, northern portions of Nevada, much of Idaho on up into Montana, Washington and Oregon, winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings for eastern portions of Washington, over into western Montana, as well as western portions of Wyoming. Going to be a lot of wind with that particular system as well. Meanwhile, with our storm system in the east, we will anticipate possibly some stronger storms impacting the southeast later today. Alabama, Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, on over into the Carolinas. Primary threats are going to be those strong, damaging straight-line winds. All righty, underway. Friday. Well, of course, we've got all the very latest on what was the breaking, developing story through our Thursday morning program. The collision of the helicopter and the jet. No survivors. The official word comes down. They have recovered the black boxes now. So again, all the latest there. Let's see, check it in via YouTube, Facebook. We've got Chicago Feeder saying good morning out of the box. Hello, everybody. Marianne joins. Afternoon, says Larry, hammer down, be safe. Hanging at 29 degrees in Coxsackie, New York. Round number 4 to Schenectady. And it's back to Wilmington, Delaware, where we will reload for Saturday. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Freaky Friday. Thirsty Thursday no longer. Hope you have a good weekend coming up here. I'm headed back from a Laurel, Mississippi run. It's very windy tonight on this ride with this empty trailer. Little bit of NASCAR news tonight. Dingbat, of course, sent you those interesting facts for the day and this date in history. 8 days till pitchers and catchers report. 18 days till spring training. Just 55 days till opening day. We always anticipate that because we know spring should be arriving by opening day. It's not always a guarantee. We've seen seasons where some of those opening day games get postponed or delayed due to wintry weather. Let's not forget the NASCAR Clash 2 days away, the Daytona 515. 39 days till the NHRA Gator Nationals to start off another NHRA season. Hello to Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family, Jeff from Florida. There's Tank checking in. Happy Friday. 39 degrees, some patchy fog here in eastern Oklahoma. Everybody truck safe out there. Have a blessed day. There's Gary Montgomery. Morning, Steve. Happy casual Friday. Jerry, good morning. Hot Shot Secret family, thank you to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for another great show. 38 degrees, Kokomo. We've got some rain. Sarah Spencer and I looking forward to tonight's show. Be careful, everybody. Remember to tell them you love them every chance you get. Hello, Dirty Harry. Good morning, or gooder morning, as he likes to say. Just want to let you know I've spoke to Doc Holliday. He's excited about the upcoming spring and summer season because I assured him we're going to do some deep sea fishing. After all, I do have this ocean in my backyard here. Okay, well, yeah, that's called the Great Lakes, right? Deep sea fishing. All right, hello to Gilligan. What's going on? Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Overcast but pleasant in Eden, North Carolina tonight. We're at 53 degrees. Had some light rain earlier. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Keep it shiny side up. There you go. Oh, and Harry, Dirty Harry said, I want to wish my little groundhog happy 14th birthday. Happy birthday, Colton. All right, you're a little groundhog, right? I love it. Groundhog Day is, hey, we're just, matter of days away from that. He'll be poking his head out. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. Morning, Steve. The Ice Cream Man checking in from Phoenix, Arizona tonight. All right. Double trucker. 39 degrees in Lodi, rain, with the transformer sparking and knocking out power over and over at the Loves Travel Center here. Anyway, yeah, waiting to hear the latest on the plane crash, everything in the news. Hooking up right now, we'll head back to Western New York shortly, and I'll tune in later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All righty, ready for the weekend because a Friday is upon us.
We are on the countdown to everybody's favorite day of the week, and that's Monday. So that's why it's called the greatest day of the week. I mean, who counts down to Thursday or Tuesday? You know what I'm saying?
I count down to Friday.
Yeah, but when you get to Friday, you're on the countdown to how much longer you got till Monday.
That is 100% correct. And it's never long enough.
That's what I'm saying. So it's got to be the greatest day of the week just because of that. But anyway, so ICE is going after the criminals, right? Is that my understanding? The criminals. They're going after the criminals.
The headline is "The worst go first, but nobody gets a free pass."
Because I mean, in my understanding, if they're here illegally, doesn't that make them a criminal?
According to this administration, absolutely. The press secretary, in her first conference this week, clarified that to the media. And anyone who's illegally in the country is technically a criminal. They're illegally here, yes.
Right. And that's... Back when I went to the Dominican Republic back in September, as you know, they have problems with the Haitians crossing into their country because the Haiti government is overran with those gangs. So, you know, they have all these Haitians coming over into Dominican Republic trying to get away from that.
Mm-hmm.
But when they found that, we went to one of those churches Saturday that we were there, and they found out that we were going to be there again Sunday. They were outside that church waiting for people to show up. And they just snag them up and they're gone. I mean, it could be a husband or a wife, and they just snag them and gone. They don't get a chance to notify their family or anything. It's like they just disappear.
Wow.
So, and that's, you know, they do it there too. But to me, if they're here illegally, that makes them a criminal enough to be deported. And I don't have a problem with any of them being deported. I don't care if they had a kid here or, you know, just because you have a kid here doesn't mean that they should get citizenship. I've never agreed with that.
Right.
But I don't know. Some people see it differently, but I don't know of any other country that does that.
So what do you got on tap for your weekend? Anything exciting? I mean, it's getting kind of boring. Maybe no college football. Of course, next Sunday, the Super Bowl, the Sunday after this. But I'm not much of a big fan of college basketball or the NBA. Ain't much going on. Nothing to do.
There's nothing that irritates me more than somebody bouncing a ball on a floor or outside in the driveway bouncing a ball continuously. It drives me insane. I never have been a basketball fan, but I get to go to a wedding reception Saturday night.
Okay.
How fun is that?
Open bar?
I don't know about that. I would think so. I don't know. I don't drink, so that doesn't bother me anyway. Saturday morning we've got, you know, I told you our church received some flooding damage back for Hurricane Milton. We spent 2 or 3 days with shop vacs in there for that carpet in the auditorium.
Yeah.
I mean, we spent hours sucking water up with shop vacs, just going real slow and sucking it out. And then they had some dehydrators in there running and fans and everything. Well, come to find out, they've got some tile under that carpet, and water got under that tile that we have no way to get to suck it out, and it's started molding.
Uh-oh.
So we're going to go in there Saturday and rip all the carpet out and rip that tile off of the. We've got to get down to the bare cement.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'll be doing. That's my Saturday. And then before you know it, we're back to the greatest day of the week.
Yes, indeed.
But at
Once
least
again.
NASCAR's coming Saturday night. So I got that to look forward to. So is there a statistic on how many people are going back, crossing the border to go back that you know of?
You mean like self-deporting or?
Yeah, that are deporting on their own. I wonder if there's a statistic on that.
I did have a headline earlier this week where there are some that they're saying some are self-deporting, but I mean they didn't share any numbers. I don't know if they could. How could they track that?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just wondered if maybe they were. But well, I guess that's all I got. I see you're pretty much up top of the bottom of the hour. So I appreciate you taking my call and have a good weekend.
As usual, yes. Thank you for the notification. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, Cap and Ron. There we go. Underway on a Friday morning. Our number, 844-844-3388. Western North Carolina, actually, I would have never thought. I didn't think things had been that dry, but dealing with a wildfire in some of the same areas ravaged by Hurricane Helene.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The two black boxes from the deadly mid-air collision in Washington last night that's feared to have killed 67 people have been recovered. They are now reportedly on their way to the National Transportation Safety Board lab. NTSB said they should have a report ready within a month on the crash investigation. The astronauts who've been in space for a very extended stay on board the International Space Station have completed a spacewalk. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled outside the ISS to collect samples to determine whether microorganisms exist on the outside of the orbiting laboratory. The spacewalk lasted 5 hours and 26 minutes. The mission has been deemed a success. Stocks closed higher following a volatile day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 168 points. The S&P 500 rose 31 points. The Nasdaq gained 49 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, underway, a Friday. I mentioned North Carolina as firefighters working to contain the Crooked Creek fire that ignited Wednesday, burning in McDowell County. Another fire, the North Fork fire, sparked in the same region, being fanned by high winds. Now, they say the fire burning in rugged terrain above the North Fork of the Catawba River, however you say that, in the Graveyard Mountain area. That's about 60 acres at this point, according to the Forest Service. Now, as of Thursday morning, the Crooked Creek fire had burned an estimated 250 acres, 55% contained. Crews said they made significant progress overnight last night as the winds diminished a bit and the humidity increased. The Crooked Creek fire, though, prompted evacuations for residents in an area near Old Fort, which is east of Asheville, in a part of western North Carolina that was ravaged by Helene back in September, still struggling to recover. The evacuation order was lifted Thursday morning. No injuries or fatalities reported. One home sustaining damage, but multiple outbuildings have been destroyed. One Asheville, North Carolina resident recording the scenes of damage that are still there on December the 27th, 3 months after Helene had devastated the community. McDowell County Emergency Management, in a release, said high winds continue to create dangerous fire conditions. Firefighters continue to focus on structure protection for multiple homes and continue working to establish containment lines despite the incredible amount of rain that Helene dumped, resulting in that catastrophic flooding. Officials had warned about elevated risks of wildfire. The Forest Service said the rapidly drying conditions, the debris from millions of trees that Helene had knocked down, coupled with the wind, created the conditions right for fires to rapidly ignite and easily escape. The fire area received extensive tree damage from Helene. Hurricane response efforts by the Forest Service crews clearing down trees from roads. However, large areas of downed trees within the fire area and near the fire lines are leading to increased fire behavior. Drought conditions persist in parts of North Carolina, particularly the eastern half, where Helene caused incredible destruction, and the region where the wildfires broke out, making it more difficult to fight any wildfires that break out, as well as make it easier for them to reignite. There was a fire risk map from the state climate office showing the area where that fire erupted as an extreme risk of wildfire. Much of the state of North Carolina at a high risk. Now, the fire season for that region is typically in the springtime and the months of fall. Fires in January are not unusual, though. According to the North Carolina state climatologist, conditions were ripe for fire. So state officials urging people in the region to take precautions against wildfires before the actual wildfire season begins here in just a few weeks. Even though we're still several weeks from the official start of the season, now is the time for homeowners to begin thinking about simple steps they can take to reduce the risk in their home ignition zone. Try to create a defensible space. So clear the brush, right? Get the dead trees out of the lawn, out of the yard. Well, it's a Friday, Casual Friday. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Yeah, happy Casual Friday, or maybe we're supposed to say, hey, Becky, possibly. I don't know if she's made it back out yet or not. So, anyways, hey, I'm riding here in 95 in Virginia. We're starting to get some showers back. They've been showers off and on, nothing drastically heavy. They got these electronic speed limit signs out here, but they ain't got no numbers in them. Does that mean there's no speed limit? Am I free to run whatever I want because there ain't no numbers on these electronic speed limit signs?
Hammer down.
That's what I'm thinking, Your Honor. That's what I'm thinking. I think I'm get out here and step out in that lane there that high-speed chrome-plated cow truck drives in. What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I got gas delivered. People are freezing to death. Oh, wait a minute. It's 42 degrees. I don't think they're freezing to death anymore. Anyway. Where can we go with that? So, last night there, you were talking about, I believe, a new Love's truck stop out there in western Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd mentioned that they were talking about all the great things that you could do if you stopped to, visit them at their truck stop in the surrounding areas, and you mentioned Bart Camp State Park. Well, I got news for you. Pretty much all our trips west that we've done, whether it's been our trip to Dayton or out to Michigan or Wisconsin and all that, we run 70 out across there, and Bart Camp State Park was just about the right spot for us to want to stop and get out and get the Great Danes out and go for a nice hike. And I'll tell you what, that is a nice little park. It's right off the interstate. It's got state road that goes into it. I'm not sure if you really want to drag a 53-foot trailer in there, but you definitely can bobtail in there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a nice little park. They got a lake there and picnic area and all that stuff. So, I mean, if you had half a day, or if you're killing especially a 34-hour restart there, it is a nice little place to go over to, especially if you got one of them four-legged friends with you that likes to run around and chase squirrels and rabbits and stuff, because there's plenty of wildlife out there too. So, but there's walking trails. You can, I don't know, I bet you could do 10 miles of walking trail out there. What do you think, Your Honor? Think you can do 10 miles of walking trail out there?
Yeah, I'll pass on that. You know better.
All right. Well, to take a couple extra Michelob or Miller Lights with you there, you'll be all right. and I wanted to tell, boy, I tell you, I lost my mind here for a second. Who's that guy that thinks Monday's the greatest day of the week? Captain Ron.
Yes.
According to Billy Bob Thornton, he can drink Michelob Ultra because Michelob Ultra is not real beer, so it's non-alcoholic. Just so he can drink Michelob Ultra. But anyways, so with all that behind us, on the way down to Virginia there, we did cross the Woodrow Wilson Bridge on the Capitol Beltway, and there's still a lot of red and blue flashing lights up there in the area of the Ronald Reagan Airport, of course, and so they still got a lot of operation underway up there. It's pretty, well, to tell you the truth, you know, they talk about how hard things are to define with the lights and where things are and the lights of the city and the airport and everything. And I'll tell you what, you did have to look a little bit to even see exactly where they were compared to other things, you know, looking up the river from the bridge. So, I mean, the two obvious things that you can see easy off that bridge is the Washington Monument, and if you're traveling east or north on the bridge, you can see the U.S. Capitol a little easier. You have to kind of look over your right shoulder and backwards a little bit to see the U.S. Capitol if you're headed south on the 95 part of that going over the bridge. So if you're headed west out of Maryland into Virginia, it's harder to see the U.S. Capitol. But if you know kind of how to look, you can see all that up there, and you know where the National Mall is and everything. But yeah, I tell you what, there is a lot of light pollution, and it's a lot of colored light pollution that's up that river, you know, all the way from the Woodrow Wilson all the way into downtown, and it really, in the dark and that, it really wouldn't take much to be disoriented in that small an area. And so anyways, I guess the one thing that I'd really kind of heard was that there's a lot of places up that river that the military flight area and the commercial flight area cross each other. It's so compact and tight through there that they have to fly in each other's airspace. So it's kind of a bad situation that just isn't designed to have a big enough area to be well, I guess in what we found out, to be safe. But you know, we make it as safe as we can, but it kind of is what it is. It's its own nature of its own beast. But anyways, still got all our thoughts to prayers with the families and that, even though we're pretty much sure of where the outcome's at this point.
Yeah.
And a lot of thoughts go out to all the working people out there doing one hell of a hard job out there in that river, and everything else has got to be done. So there's still a lot going on. So anyways, I don't know. Other than that, the rain that you predicted seems to be coming along, and we're supposed to have rain showers all night, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, and to the morning. And then it's kind of, I guess they said it's going to kind of break off for the morning time, and then come back in the midday, mid to late afternoon, and maybe even be around for the afternoon rush hour, and then maybe all go away. So I did mean to ask you about the last storm we had that we really didn't have. It was that one that skirted across the southern part of the country there real fast and went right out to sea and didn't come up the mid-Atlantic. Now, I was talking to the Eskimo mom a little bit, and she said that storm went right across the Atlantic there and picked up a lot more force and possibly even a bombogenesis when it got into over there to the UK, and supposedly Ireland and Scotland got hammered by that storm that came across. So I don't know if you can go back there in the archives from a week or so ago and find out what happened over there across the pond in the northern UK and see where they ended up. But the way she was talking, she said that, you know, Ireland and Scotland there, they didn't know if they were going to dig out till sometime in March or April.
Wow.
And anyways, so they got a big bombogenesis or something like that, she was saying. And I hate to correct Brain Dead, you know, because Brain Dead's a pretty good fact giver of everything, and I really hate to correct him. But I'm pretty sure that I heard when you read that he said it was 15 days to the Daytona 500. Now, if I calculate this out right, and he might be doing Sundance math there, but today is the 31st, which means tomorrow's the 1st. The Daytona 500's on Sunday, which is the 16th. Now, wouldn't that make it more like 16 days to the Daytona 500?
15. He said 15 days. Daytona 500, 15 days.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be 16 days, isn't it? Because it's on the 16th of February. Today's only the 31st of January, so you got all 16 days of February to get through before we get there.
All right, we got
I don't know.
one day behind.
Day late, dollar short, Your Honor. We're counting every dollar here out here right now. But so, did you catch any of the confirmation hearings at all? And these senators that think that they're going to blame everybody else for everything they've already done to make it look like they didn't do it. Have you been watching senators between Tulsi Gabbard and Chase here? They pretty much had their butts handed to them.
That's what I did not get to tune into any of today or this past day's confirmation. I tuned to it was round one of RFK's hearings, which didn't go well. Yeah, reports are saying Thursday's round number 2 apparently went much better. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, all the headlines I see say Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, just going scorched earth on those senators trying to grill them, leaving them literally embarrassed. So we do have more on that here as we whirl into a Friday. First, hello to High Pressure Pumping. Let's roll. It's Friday. Yes, indeed. Shane is on board. Howdy. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight, 55 degrees. A beautiful day here yesterday. Looks like we're going to get wet later today. Not much going on work-wise. Going to pick up next week. Probably load Tuesday or Wednesday for Sea Island, Georgia for Thursday. Then we'll head back and go back to Sea Island to pick up Sunday. Everybody have a great night, a better weekend, and be careful out there. Absolutely. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 40 degrees here in Portland, Oregon at this hour. Spending some time with our grandkids this weekend. All right. Enjoy there. Santa Claus out. Who else checking in? Oh, he did say it's going to be wet for 4 days up here in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, you got I think they're calling it the atmospheric river, going to be coming in to the northwest. 844-844-3388. A Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
everybody. On a Friday, good morning to Crip Shot. Good to have you check it in. It's the lovely Dingbat. It's a slippery, wet 67. Yes, 67 degrees here at the FedEx ramp at Memphis International Airport. Want to give a shout out to friends or family of those who lost their lives of the plane crash. I hope you and everybody has a great night and weekend. Oh, and tell that lovely brain dead of mine, is he ready for some basketball? Go Gators. All right, be blessed, drive safe. Yeah, only time I really have any interest in basketball, March Madness, that does get kind of exciting. Everybody fills out the brackets, guess your best. All right, who else we got on board there? Salty. Hello, Salty. And there's Pigpen. Howdy from the Choo Choo. Got a few sprinkles, 61 degrees here. It's been a minute. He found us back on YouTube there. And Terry, 45 degrees, some dense fog in northeast Missouri tonight. Be careful out there. All right, word from the National Transportation Safety Board. They're cautioning. There is so much speculation about what transpired with that fatal midair crash. The statement says they cannot speculate. Our mission is to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, according to the NTSB chair, Jennifer Homendy. Now, J. Todd Inman, a member of the NTSB board, said their goal is to issue a preliminary report within 30 days, and a final report will be issued once we've completed all of our fact-finding and investigation. Now, he said the NTSB has received information from a number of sources, including a very large package of information from the Federal Aviation Administration that's being reviewed and analyzed as we speak. There's a lot more information that usually comes in than what you might find on the internet, and people might speculate about that. And that's part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information. Right now, we cannot speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. Now, he was asked about whether President Trump's remarks about the causes of the crash, including that Biden and the former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg lowered the standards for air traffic controllers during his administration. Is that going to hamper the investigation? He said, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what the probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. It's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify. Take our time to make sure it's accurate. That's best for you. It's important for the families involved. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do. It's going to take some time. Now, he said not enough facts are known, whether human factors or mechanical failure played a role in this. It's all part of the NTSB's investigative process where all these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the National Transportation Safety Board is known as the gold standards. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd like to reiterate, if we can't find something, if we indeed do find something that's a significant issue that warrants some sort of immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. Just before the show, I was viewing a post from an airline pilot Captain Steve, as he's known, veteran with many, many years, who detailed, he has all of the air traffic control audio, the flight tracking visibility, the same as the air traffic controllers would have had before them. And he did a very detailed breakdown. I'm going to see if I can try to. It was a very great description, and I think he very well may be on track to what unfolded in that horrific accident.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is reassuring the Senate committee members that he is not anti-vaccine.
News reports and many in the hearing yesterday have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine and anti-industry. Well, I'm neither.
During a second day of confirmation hearings, the nominee for the Health and Human Services Secretary says he's pro-safety and pro-good science. He says he's worked for years to raise awareness about mercury and other toxins in fish, and no one has called him anti-fish. Day 2 also featured a testy exchange with Senator Bernie Sanders, who asked Kennedy if vaccines cause autism.
Senator, if you show me those studies, I will absolutely, as I promised to Chairman Cassidy, I will apologize.
That is a very troubling response, because the studies are there. Your job was to have looked at those studies as an applicant for this job.
Kennedy maintains he is not anti-vaccine. 14 figure skaters are believed to have died in last night's plane crash involving an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter in Washington.
USA ice skating legend Nancy Kerrigan spoke from the Skating Club of Boston.
I feel for the athletes, the skaters, and their families, but anyone that was on that plane, not just the skaters, because it's just such a tragic event.
USA Skating CEO Doug Zegheib called it a major loss for the skating community. 6 of the passengers were connected to the Skating Club of Boston, including 2 skaters, 2 coaches, and 2 mothers. Also on board were former Russian world champion skaters Evgenia Shishkova and Vadim Numov. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Coca-Cola is issuing a recall in some countries in Europe.
It includes Coke, Sprite, and Minute Maid. The recall is because of higher levels than normal of a chemical called chlorate that could cause health issues. The recalled products were sold in Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Congressman Chip Roy loves the idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative, but the president of Cuba has other words. Miguel Diaz-Canel called it an act of brutality. I'm Brian Shook.
A school citizenship status rule in Oklahoma is one step closer to reality.
The state's Republican superintendent, Ryan Walters, says a proof of citizenship requirement is about keeping a tally on how many undocumented students are in the school system, and that it would not prohibit those students from attending classes. But critics say the measure will make immigrant families feel afraid, especially after the White House issued a directive last week allowing undocumented people to be arrested in schools. The proposal will need to be approved by lawmakers and the governor before it can take effect. Tony Waterman.
Labor unions have filed suit against the Trump administration to stop an executive order reclassifying some federal employees.
President Trump signed an order reinstating the Schedule F classification for federal workers in certain policy influencing positions. The classification enacted during the first Trump administration removed some of the protections that prevent federal employees from being easily fired. Former President Joe Biden rescinded the policy after he took office. The unions say the order violates the normal notice and comment period required when federal agencies change their regulations. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your auto?
All right, hour number 2. Final day of January. Wow, January 31 already. Yeah, Groundhog Day, a couple of days away. Hey, I did see a blurb from over in Horsefeather's neck of the woods, one of the Baltimore meteorologists this past day that said, finally, and someone asked about this last evening, has the El Nino thing come together yet? Said, finally, some models are depicting at least a weak El Nino has come together. Will that mean we begin to see more of a typical El Nino type pattern there along the eastern seaboard to include the likes of the Baltimore area, which normally means things are a bit warmer? He said several models say yes. Some are in a slight disagreement, but he said we'll continue to monitor Normally, though, in the Baltimore area, he said February is actually the snowiest month of the year. A true El Nino would counter that, meaning a milder, maybe early spring. We'll see what Punxsutawney Phil has to say about that here in a few short days. Well, hello, Shorty. I-77 northbound, the North Carolina-Virginia line, Columbus bound, once again, 48 degrees tonight. And Kevin just joined us. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. All right, the risk of severe weather. Before we get to the latest on the airline collision, talking about possibly some severe weather, the risk stretching through the Mississippi region, the Mississippi Valley, maybe the southeast coast. We had some showers and thunderstorms that fired up on Thursday afternoon. They're continuing, charging eastward along the Interstate 1020 corridor through the night tonight. Damaging wind gusts, maybe some hail and heavy rain, the most widespread hazards for the lower Mississippi Valley. Rain and thunderstorms going to be moving through the southeast here Friday and Friday night. Downpours, locally gusty winds at the very least. A more widespread risk of damaging winds, though, possible from the Carolinas to the Florida Panhandle. Drenching rain will spark a flood threat within and to the north of the areas at risk for severe weather. Areas from Arkansas, western Tennessee, the highest risk for heavy rain into Thursday night. Most areas from central Texas to Kentucky going to pick up a couple inches of rain. Some areas may see more like 2 to 4 inches. Motorists, obviously, be mindful of the heavy rain threat, reduced visibility, ponding of water, hydroplaning becomes a concern, and flash flooding. All right, I mentioned a gentleman by the name of Captain Steve. His video, which was posted, like 10 hours ago, this past afternoon, has well over 1.5 million views already. It's a rather in-depth description where he does have, like I mentioned, all of the cockpit transmissions between the jet, the helicopter, and air traffic control. If you've been scouring, you may have, I've seen internet reports where some are saying that the helicopter pilot never responded to air traffic control, like they were ignoring them. That is not correct, because we've got the actual audio. They were on a visual flight path. Now, this is a rather in-depth discussion. It's about 10 minutes long. Seen as it is on YouTube, there are, I think, 2 locations where YouTube tries to shove a commercial break in. So when those kick, you'll hear maybe the 5 seconds worth, and I'll hit the skip and get right back to his description of what occurred. But Captain Steve, I think this was a very well thought out explanation. It kind of even harkens back to Pappy's explanation last evening, where he has been on numerous occasions in the air, in a helicopter, and during the nighttime hours, how difficult it is to distinguish what this is or what that is, the lights on the ground versus lights in the air. So I want you to take a listen. If you're on hold, if you're on the phone line, you will not be able to hear the audio while this is playing. So you might want to maybe hang up and call back. Just listen to the comments here. Or you can hang on. You'll just hear the silence here for the next little bit.
Here's what happened last night. I'm able to secure the actual audio from the incident over the Potomac last night. Let's listen in together.
Yeah, 79 contact Stone Park. Good day. Have a good day. American Sergeant 130, Florida Final.
You're going to see a back and forth now between Reagan Tower and the various aircraft that they have lined up on approach into the airport. This happened at about 8:46 p.m. Last evening, and you can see there's several airplanes lined up. That's typical coming in about that time of night at Reagan. They're talking to American Airlines 3130. which I think is number 2 for the runway. They're telling them to slow down to their final approach speed because they're separating everybody on the way in. It's going to turn out that American 3130 is a key player in what happens here.
Well, American 3130. Pat 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge is CRJ.
Pat 25 is the helicopter that ran into the CRJ 700. It was a PSA flight. The flight number is 5342. It would go under the call sign Blue Streak 5342. You don't ever hear them talking to tower. They've already been cleared to land on runway 33. So they would come in on an approach on runway 1, and then they would kind of circle to land on runway 33. It's a little shorter runway, but they take some of the regional jets and they put them on that runway. Pat 25 is the Black Hawk helicopter that is just south of the Woodrow Bridge. And they've just taken off. They're airborne. The tower is saying to them, there's traffic. It's a CRJ. It's at 1,200 feet lined up for runway 33. Do you have that traffic? Pat 25 is going to call back and say yes.
It's 1,200 feet, start runway 33.
Pat 25 says, has the traffic in sight, request visual separation. What that means is that they're going to take responsibility for visual separation from that aircraft. What happened? Here's what I think happened. This is not the final word on it, but what I think happened was it was at night. There's several airplanes lined up. There is that Blue Streak 5342, which is a CRJ that they ran into. Right behind them, just a few miles, is American 3130. Everybody has their lights on as they're coming in. I believe the helicopter looked at the American 3130 and said, I've got the traffic in sight, and they never saw the airplane, the CRJ that was right next to them. That's my conjecture on what happens.
Visual separation. This separation proof. American 1630 tower, runway 1 off wood, traffic direct from runway 33, dispatch 16 off funnel.
So this is typical stuff that's going on in a busy airport. They're lining somebody up to take off. They're saying, pay attention. I'm going to give you an immediate takeoff here. I've got traffic lining up for runway 33. That's the CRJ that got ran into. And he's on a 6-mile final. It might be somebody even behind him, but they're lining everybody up to take off and to land.
Whiskey 5307. Keep rolling out to November 47 today.
You can see at the bottom of your screen there, the CRJ, the Blue Streak 5342. They're beginning to now kind of come out a little bit to line up to runway, to land on runway 33. They're not going to go right straight down the river. They got to come out a little bit wider and come in. But remember, Pat 25, which is up here, the helicopter at the middle of your screen, they've already said, we accept responsibility for visual separation.
American 1630 1 star 32014, Duck 25, traffic 2 mile up base from runway 33, no delay from runway 1 for B to take off.
American to take off.
Clear for takeoff, American 1630.
Here it comes.
CRJ in sight.
Now the tower is seeing what's happening, and they're saying, do you have the CRJ in sight? Because you guys are getting kind of close. And the Pat 25, the helicopter, says once again, yeah, and I'm asking for visual separation. Okay, the responsibility is on you then.
Pat 25, pass behind this CRJ.
Pat 25 has a aircraft in sight, request visual separation.
Okay, so Pat 25 says, has the aircraft in sight, request visual separation. I don't think they had these guys in sight. I think they had the airplane behind them in sight. That's why this is such a tragedy.
American 4782 by bat number visual. American 472 Washington 1 star 32017.
So you hear somebody in the tower go, oh, and they see what just happened. As you can see in your screen here, the collision took place. The tower has seen it happen in real time. They're human beings. They're reacting just like you and I would. The helicopter ran into the CRJ. The CRJ's airspace was their airspace. In front of them, behind them, on both sides of them, it was a responsibility of the helicopter to maintain visual separation. They even told him a couple times, do you got him in sight? Do you got him in sight? He said, yep, got him in sight. I'm accepting responsibility for the separation. And I think just like when you're driving in a car and you look and you see a car behind the one that almost hit you, you see that car and you didn't see the one right here. And when you turn out in front, sometimes there's a collision. It's really tragic when this happens in an airplane. Again, it's been decades since there's been a mid-air collision in this country. This is such an unusual circumstance to take place. It's such a tragedy. It's been 12 years since there's been a fatality in a commercial airliner here in the United States. That's unprecedented. And that wasn't a mid-air collision. That was just an accident. This is a mid-air collision, and this hasn't happened in forever. So now we know what's going on here. Pat 25, the helicopter, accepted responsibility for visual separation. They probably had their eyes on the airplane behind them, and then they tragically ran into these guys.
Did you see that? 472. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, climb maintain 3000.
So now what happens from the tower's perspective is they have to work through denial pretty fast. They just saw this happen in real time in front of them. They're human beings like the rest of us. They're kind of in shock. But they've still got airplanes coming in. They've got American Airlines 1630, which just took off. They've got to hand them off to departure. They got American 3130 that's coming in. They got American 472 behind them. They got to do something with these airplanes, right? The airplane port is going to be shut here in a second. So they're going to start telling all these guys to go around while they're trying to handle the emergency and get the emergency equipment out. And all of that is, everybody's kind of in a little fog for a few seconds here while all of this is taking place. The tragedy of it hits you hard. And they're very professional. Watch how they handle this. But man, they're busy.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this, start eating more of these. You might think this.
Okay, let's hang 350, 3000, American 3130. Tower boost streak 5347 is on final. Request runway 33, circle to 33. Second heading for American 3130. American 3130, go around, turn left in 270, climb maintain 3000. 270 on the heading, 3000.
See how fast he's talking? He's trying to get all these other airplanes out of here.
Crash. This is alert 3. Crash.
Okay, what's MWAA? It's the Metro Washington Airport Authority. Every airport has some sort of governing authority over it. Many times it's called the Port Authority. Up in Boston, it's Mass Port, right? In New York, it's the Port Authority. Down here in Washington, it's the Metro Washington Airport Authority. They're now announcing officially there's a crash. So they go over the radio and they broadcast to everybody. The tower is the main recipient of this, that there's been a crash. He's going to repeat that. That puts a whole bunch of things into motion all at the same time. The fire crews now are going to jump in their uniforms. They're going to get in their fire trucks. They're going to drive to where the crash is. There's going to be details about this coming. But this whole thing is very frenzied and happens very fast. But these are really highly trained professionals. They do a really terrific job.
Alert 3. Crash. This is alert 3.
And alert 3 is a crash.
Oh, shit. Where's the alert 3? It is off the approach end of runway 33. Approach end of runway 33. Helicopter crash. Helicopter. Copy out this morning. Crash. This is alert 3. 2 helicopters.
Okay, so again, fog of war. The first report that they get is that it's 2 helicopters. They're going to clarify this really quickly, because the tower is talking back and forth to him. The tower is going to say, nope, it was a CRJ and a helicopter. So they get this, it's cleared up pretty fast.
Well, helicopter CRJ approach in runway 33.
That's really fast.
The approach in runway 33, a mile off final. Crash. Kilo CRJ, approach in 33. Okay. How many tools on board? We don't have any of that information. Tower's reporting a CRJ and a helicopter crash.
So they're passing the information back and forth to the first responders who need it. Everybody's trying to clarify while they're jumping in their trucks and they're heading out there. Now they know exactly where they're going. It's at the approach end of runway 33. It's somewhere in the Potomac. Now they're going to have to coordinate boats and other things. Eventually they're going to get helicopters involved.
Can we go ahead and hold all operations till we have emergency units respond? We're going to go ahead and show the aerodrome closed.
They want to close the airport so they can go.
Yeah, that's affirmative. All operations aerodrome closed.
Everything's closed. Huh?
And everybody just hold your positions, please, on the field right now.
Okay, so this is the ground controller. Now, the ground controller is the one that's going to get all these trucks going where they need to go. But the ground controller needs to stop all the airplanes. So she just makes a blanket broadcast. Everybody stop right where you are. Every once in a while, you kind of half hear that, and then you say, okay, I'm sorry. And there's also people asking to be released from their gate to go. They're not into what's going on yet because they just put their headsets on and they're just getting ready to go. One aircraft's going to ask to do this, and she's just going to say, everybody stop.
South 43, ready for taxi.
Everyone's going to have to hold for down.
No.
I'll get back to you just as soon as I can. Fire command. The accident happened in the river. Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33.
It's amazing to me how much clarity they have about actually what happened and where it happened. Many times in an accident like this, it takes 5 to 10 minutes just to get everything sorted out. They're very good here at getting it all very concise, and so the response time was phenomenal on this.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Okay, ARF is the Aircraft Rescue and Firefighters. That's the actual fire chief that's in the fire truck. He's asking, is the airport closed and are all the runways closed as well? That way he can expedite getting out there. He doesn't have to stop and ask, can I cross this runway? Can I go on that taxiway? She's about to tell him the whole place is shut down. You go. You own the airport now.
All runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And we have clearance across all taxiways and runways, correct?
Yes, you have clearance through the whole field, all taxiways and runways.
So basically she's saying to these guys, go. And at that moment, the fire trucks take off. What we know about the accident at this point is that there were no survivors. It's now a recovery operation. That's the sad part about all of this, and that's the part that really hits us hard right here. But I know you wanted to hear what happened and maybe my response to how they handled this emergency and what led to it. It looks pretty clear at this point that the helicopter had accepted visual separation. That's when they make that call, when they're cleared for that. They said, yep, we've got the airplane in sight. And the airplane they had in sight was the wrong airplane. There was another one in between that and the one that they were looking at. And sadly, they ran into that aircraft. So folks, we're hoping that this never happens again. I know that my annual training, I will certainly get some training on avoiding mid-air collisions. I have over my career, but they will refresh this as more details about this situation comes out. And the really wonderful part about that is they share all of the information they get, the FAA, with every other airline around the planet, so we all can avoid having a tragedy like this happen in the future. We will train to make sure that this never happens again. Well, there you go.
So it's almost gives you chill bumps as you hear the actual, the handoff. And contrary to some of those reports where the helicopter pilot never responded, that is not true. On 2 separate occasions, helicopter pilot says, I have visual. Request visual separation. So I don't know that anyone could have given a better explanation than that. Now, several other questions people had was, don't these jets have like collision avoidance radar systems and things of that nature? The answer is yes, they do. The report I've got so many different reports I brought up this past evening. But the jet, apparently, okay, it says the collision avoidance system on the airliner, would have become inoperative below 1,500 feet. In other words, that airliner had no warning whatsoever of where that chopper was coming from. Unless it was coming head on, and they would have been able to maybe visually react within a matter of seconds. But before they could even bother to react, he says it's not unusual that the airliner would be in pieces after the crash, because when you have a helicopter encounter any type of civilian airliner or civilian aircraft, it's like running into a buzzsaw. Further, with the aircraft colliding in the air, you didn't have any sort of a controlled flight into the water. You just had the explosion, the debris coming down. Meanwhile, there was a complete breakdown of communication, and it all lies on the helicopter, he says. This is another aviation expert speaking here. The UH-60 helicopter has both the civilian VHF radio and the military UHF radio, he says. It also has a warfighting radar ability to detect any threats in the sky around it. So you have a kind of contributing factor here. Primarily the cause of the accident was because a helicopter flew into an airliner on an approach to land normal. And again, the collision avoidance system on the airline would be inoperative below 1,500 feet. That I don't know, but great explanation. Tragedy, very sad. Many of those aboard have now been identified over the past 24 hours. We pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The two black boxes from the deadly mid-air collision in Washington last night that's feared to have killed 67 people have been recovered. They are now reportedly on their way to the National Transportation Safety Board lab. NTSB said they should have a report ready within a month on the crash investigation. The astronauts who've been in space for a very extended stay on board the International Space Station have completed a spacewalk. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore traveled outside the ISS to collect samples to determine whether microorganisms exist on the outside of the orbiting laboratory. The spacewalk lasted 5 hours and 26 minutes. The mission has been deemed a success. Stocks closed higher following a volatile day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 168 points. The S&P 500 rose 31 points. The Nasdaq gained 49 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back to the calls here. Thanks for hanging in there on a Friday, getting ready for the weekend. And as Captain Steve clearly pointed out, as a veteran, he's been there, done that. That was his personal interpretation, what he believes happened. I thought it was a great explanation of how, when you're in the air like that, especially, and he pointed out, you got 1, 2, 3, you got planes lined up, stacked up out there. They saw the one, in all likelihood did not see the other, but Santa Claus says, thanks for playing the audio, Steve. It explains a lot. I know it's not the final reason why the accident occurred, but it explains a lot of the how and why. Very good. Yeah, that's how I thought I'd share it. Very fascinating. But the main thing that I had read so many different reports where the helicopter pilot never responded to air traffic control. And that was clearly untrue. Simply, for whatever reason, asking for visual separation, which apparently it's not uncommon. Now, other things that kind of make you go, just the prior day before this accident occurred, another very similar incident unfolded. A Republic Airways passenger jet was forced to abort its first attempt to land at Reagan National Airport after a helicopter appeared in its flight path on Tuesday, just 24 hours before this crash between the American Airlines jet and the Black Hawk helicopter. The Washington Post cited an audio recording from air traffic control. Republic Airways Flight 4514 from Windsor Locks, Connecticut landed safely on its second approach on Tuesday night. So, what's all these things they'll be looking at with the air traffic control. One other kind of scratch your head. The preliminary report released this past day from the FAA said that the staffing at The DCA air traffic control tower was, they used the word, quote, not normal at the time of the helicopter plane collision. According to NBC News, at the time, one controller was overseeing both helicopter and airplane traffic. Typically, one controller focuses on helicopter activity. Now, the FAA report revealed that staffing at the DCA ATC, again, was, quote, not normal for the amount of traffic at the airport that evening. A preliminary FAA report on the collision found the air traffic control tower staffing, they use that word, not normal. The tower typically has a controller that focuses specifically on helicopter traffic, but at the time of the crash, the source said one controller at DCA was overseeing both airplane and helicopter activity. FAA guidelines do allow for this position to be combined, they say, permitting one controller to control both planes and helicopters. How often they do that? I have no idea, but Gary, as Gary said, what a tragedy. Yes, indeed. White Castle, Benny, how the heck are you?
Hey, I haven't talked to you since November. Remember when I was in Hawaii?
Yes.
And I called in about that guy out there, and I think it was in Oklahoma that ran that out, killed those people in the bobtail out there, or the trucking company. Well, guess what happened to me? I mean, I had a life-changing moment. I wanted to pray to go to Trump's hotel when I went back to Vegas to see Shania Twain. Well, they didn't have no rooms, of course, inauguration day. So I flew out of Columbus to Hawaii. Well, I got out there, called me, oh, we got your room. Cool, I'm going to stay at Trump's. I'd give a darn if I lived by the garbage can. I lived out there with a dog, you know what. Well, I go to the front desk. They said, oh, we got to move you up to a room, better room. I said, okay. They moved me up to a better room. Well, I couldn't get a better room than what I got, okay? There's only one other better room in the whole motel. So I go downstairs. I'm looking at all the Trump stuff and everything. Well, of course, I had to get in Trump's pool and do a belly flop.
Yeah.
Well, I just did a post on Facebook public, so you can see me doing a belly flop in Trump's pool. And I tell you what, you want to laugh, you better watch it because you're going to laugh so hard you may have to go up there for about an hour and a half.
Okay,
It is funny.
That bad, huh?
Because I'm a funny guy. No, it was really good. If they gave me a 10, I got a gold medal. I guarantee you Trump saw it. And I've had Vance get in contact with me, and I think we'll be meeting him in the future at Pearl Harbor when we have the celebration of the end of the war coming up in April. I have a book from my grandpa that belongs in the Smithsonian. And, of course, that's how they got in contact with me. And I tell you what, it's a life-changing deal. But we have a more serious issue to talk about. Foreigners driving hazmat and the hazmat loads in this country. I saw my friend hauls the ass at hazmat. He lives here in Florence. And he works for a pretty big hazmat company. And I actually recognize the company. Actually, today, Speedy used to be part of Yellow and Canadian Yellow. It had hazmat placards here on Mount Zion going towards Kroger's and the area over here. I look at this guy's door. There's no seal. He's got placards on. And he's wearing, of course, he's a foreigner, right? So we know people take their placards off going through tunnels and stuff. It's happened all over the place in the country. They want to take the shortcut. Oh, I'm not going around. They take the placards off, correct? We've heard about that.
It happens.
The driver, the whole hazmat.
Yeah.
Yep, it happens. So our government's watching this very closely right now. So they know something's going to happen here in the future. And I know this too. I pick things up. I'm a truck driver. You don't BS me. I mean, I observe this stuff. So why they put me where I was at Trump's, that's why. Because I know what's going on. It's not good. But because all those truckers out there, a real American truck driver, they keep dying and make that phone call. Because they're waiting for your call. You see something not normal, call them. So they're watching right now for especially hazmat.
Yeah.
Especially guys that are hauling stuff that would kill hundreds of thousands of people. It's out there. It's on the Ohio River. this whole valley is full of chemical plants. West Virginia is full of chemical plants. All it takes is one leak that we had over there in Ohio by you, not far from you, actually down on 50, where those tanker cars got put down there and started leaking. That could have been a test for a chemical leak.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Well, the old if you see something, say something, as they say, right?
That's right, Steve.
Absolutely.
You say something?
Say it. Well, White Castle, man, I'm glad you enjoyed your trip out there to Hawaii, and actually got to stay at the Trump Hotel there. Very good. Morning, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You know, human error, that's a bad thing, but we all experience it there, right? And I think that's what they're going to eventually find out is human error. And there ain't much you can do about it now. So, I might not be a smart man, but I know when somebody made a mistake, right?
Accidents happen every single day.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Well, I got news for horse feathers. Bubba and Earl said that HOV stands for heavy, oversized vehicle, right? So you just get out in that left lane and go on. You won't have to be bothered by all that traffic over there in the rack.
Right. Yeah, go ahead. Take a shot at that and see how that gets you.
Yeah. Just when they pull you over there, horse feathers, just tell them Bubba and Earl told you that that HOV was for heavy, oversized vehicle.
Yeah.
See, the archaeologists, they followed a sketch by Leonardo da Vinci that led to a secret tunnel under an ancient castle. How about that? That's when you like, how come some people got all the good jobs where they can just go goof off and look up stuff like that? Well, I read this on the AP that Donald Trump talks so much that even his White House stenographers are struggling to keep up, see? There were more than 22,000 words on his inauguration day speech, and then 17,000 when he visited the disaster sites in North Carolina and California. They said it's enough to strain the ears and fingers of all these dedicated stenographers.
I bet.
So, you know, I know that's right. Well, they said it was a strain, especially after Doofus Magoo didn't say much, so. And Donald Trump just got, him and his lawyers just got $25 million richer. They settled that lawsuit.
Yes.
With Trump from January 6th. So even if he don't get but half of it and the lawyers get the other half, that's still $12.5 million, see? So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good chunk of change. And I read this on the Babylon Bee, so you know it's a crock of baloney. Nominee for top criminal justice position, interviewed by the nation's top criminal. Is he calling them senators up there a bunch of criminals?
Yeah, let's see. I saw one from the Babylon Bee yesterday, something about, let's see, it's RFK Jr.'s confirmation hearing briefly paused to announce Pfizer is responsible for the next segment.
I know that's right. Well, let's give a shout out to Truck and Field. Keep it rolling down the road, buddy. Be safe up there in that frozen tundra. I want to give a shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger, Grump, Mr. Lauren Weeks, that two-time world champion bull hauler, for persuading OIDA to advertise on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive show. And I'm even going to give a big shout out to Horse Feathers. So I'll be all my bull on it for this go around, and we'll talk at you a little later on this morning, right. Steve. I'm headed for Waco.
Thank you much, Knuckle Buster, on a casual Friday. There you go. All right, see what Dan, good morning. How we doing?
Morning, Steve. One comment I heard today was that air traffic controller they normally would give a position on that helicopter, on that airliner that they wanted them to watch, like 1200.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't, and that really could have, if they'd have used that 12, whatever position they were at, 12, 1400, 1400 or 1200 rather,
Mm-hmm.
or, wherever they were at, one at 10100, that might have been able to realize that there's
a plane, another plane versus the one that he thought he was supposed to be looking at.
He was looking at the chopper pilot was looking at the one behind him and felt he had enough clearance, but it was directly above him. Am I correct in my understanding?
Well, because the one obviously coming in, it was descending. Yes,
right, and so I'm just number one. The UHF is supposed to have a dedicated traffic controller for the military side, but this controller was running the VHF, which is the civilian side, as well as the UHF. It's the same voice, and he's like talking over two different radio systems. So, there is I'm sure that'll get brought out.
Yes.
But that doesn't seem to me. In other words, if he had a dedicated, like he was supposed to have, controller, he would have given him the proper location of that plane instead of releasing it to him for visual clearance, taking visual ownership. I guess my point is, the other thing was, I'm actually surprised that chopper did not have a warning device on top of it. You know what I'm saying? That would show that it's getting too close.
Right, like there's
to an object.
Some sort of a proximity alert. Yeah.
Yeah, that you're close to a plane. So without getting too graphic here, God, we hope there's nobody who has family and loved ones on the plane and the chopper. In my understanding, they went down intact into the Potomac, or the chopper disintegrated.
The plane was in multiple pieces. The chopper was, I don't know how intact it was, but it was upside down in the water.
Okay, so the people probably froze to death because the water was 37 degrees.
If they did not perish on impact, which undoubtedly some of them did, but yeah, there could have been probably some in there that were, many of those that have been extracted, they say, were still strapped in their seats.
Right. Yeah, that's what I had heard. Yeah. And I don't think it was like the Hudson where they put it down in the Hudson River.
No.
And everybody walked out. My understanding was, I didn't know. I didn't know if the plane went down, intact.
No,
it broke up.
They said the plane was literally split in half.
I'm sure there were some underwater pictures made that hopefully will never be released.
Yeah.
That's got to be. Yeah, I just. I heard some senator talking today, Tim Kaine from Virginia, and he voted for a bill that to do something, but yet it allowed for additional traffic into Reagan. But he said, I really didn't want to vote for it. Well, then why did you vote for it? I don't get it. But it's sad because it was so preventable. Kind of the way you didn't see none of the hearings today, did you?
No, sir.
Any
No.
of the- yeah. I mean it. I really think all three of them are going to make it. They put it themselves, as they say, pretty well. But anyway, well, that's all I had tonight, and I'll be listening.
All right, Dan, thank you for checking in. Good to hear from you. Have a great Friday. Good weekend. All right, so the newly sworn-in DOT Secretary, Sean Duffy, of course, literally, just over 24 hours into the position, immediately had to respond to Reagan International Airport. He was there 24 hours ago. We held the press conference live here. But prior to that incident taking place at 9 o'clock in the evening, earlier that day, day number one on the job, Secretary Duffy wasted no time getting to work, signing a memorandum just hours after being confirmed to do away with the fuel economy standards established under former President Joe Biden. Tuesday, January 28, Duffy directed the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to begin the process of rolling back the updated corporate average fuel economy, which is otherwise known as the CAFE standards, established by the previous administration. The CAFE standards set minimum miles per gallon fuel efficiency for passenger vehicles and fuel consumption standards for certain medium-duty vehicles. Duffy's directive to rescind the Biden-era fuel economy standards coming the same day that the Senate approved his nomination. So that stems from an executive order that President Trump had signed actually on Inauguration Day. The order that directs agencies to, quote, eliminate the electric vehicle mandate and promote true consumer choice by removing regulatory barriers to motor vehicle access. Specifically, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is to begin an immediate review and reconsideration of all existing fuel economy standards applicable to all models of motor vehicles produced from model year 2022 forward. Now, these CAFE standards were established all the way back in the 1970s. At that point, it was in response to the oil crisis. 1978, cars were getting about 18 miles a gallon. They were up to 27.5 by 1985. Fuel efficiency stayed at that mark until 2010 when Barack Obama set higher standards to 43.7 miles per gallon by model year 2020. Then the Biden administration standards increase fuel efficiency sharply. It's those standards that the Trump administration is likely going to roll back. That includes a 2022 rule that increased standards for model year 2024 to 26 passenger vehicles. By 2026, passenger vehicle fuel efficiency requirements were going to be set at 59 miles per gallon compared to 44 miles per gallon for 2023 cars. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will likely roll back a 2024 rule that established fuel economy standards for cars model year 27 and beyond. That sets the standard to 65 miles per gallon for passenger vehicles by 2031. The rule also lowers the amount of fuel consumed by heavy-duty pickup trucks from 5.6 gallons per 100 miles in model year 22 trucks to 2.85 gallons in model year 2035 trucks. Either way, when the rule was finalized, the DOT at the time claimed the new fuel economy standards would save car owners more than $600 in fuel costs over the lifetime of a vehicle. Higher standards would also save nearly 70 billion gallons of gasoline through the year 2050. So, In his memorandum, Duffy said the latest fuel economy standards ultimately forced manufacturers to shift away from the internal combustion engine vehicle to electric vehicles, thus being dubbed the electric vehicle mandate. All right, coming up in our next hour, we'll get back to, I believe Vic is on board, Eagle checking in on a Friday. We now also have new leadership at the EPA. The trucking industry said it's hopeful for a common sense approach. Lee Zeldin was confirmed on Wednesday to serve as the U.S. EPA 17th administrator. The Senate voted 56 yeas, 42 nays in favor of the former Republican congressman from New York. OOIDA says they're looking forward to working with Zeldin to create some practical policies for small business truckers. We'll tell you more on what they had to say coming up here. Moving forward. Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A preliminary FAA report reveals that staffing at the Air Traffic Control Tower was not normal during the mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. Multiple media reports cite a source stating staffing was not normal for the amount of air traffic and time of day.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team.
NTSB's Todd Inman says investigators continue to collect information on tower personnel. The tower typically has a controller focused on helicopter traffic, with another checking on both airplane and helicopter activity. 67 people are feared dead after Wednesday night's collision involving an American Airlines regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The U.S. Department of Justice could be dropping federal charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
The possibility comes months after Mayor Adams pled not guilty to a 5-count indictment that charged him with bribery, conspiracy, and campaign finance violations. So how do New Yorkers feel if the charges just disappear?
He should pay for what he's doing.
Of course, it bothers me because I think that, you didn't fully go through with an investigation.
The mayor needs to address those charges, right? And I think the way they did with the president.
Mayor Adams did meet with President President Trump earlier this month, but he told reporters and the public they didn't speak about his case and focused on how best to serve New York City. I'm Natalie Migliori.
President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Congressman Chip Roy loves the idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative, but the president of Cuba has other words. Miguel Diaz-Canel called it an act of brutality. I'm Brian Shook.
Stocks closed higher after a volatile day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 168 points. The S&P 500 rose 31 points. The Nasdaq gained 49 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A married couple from Queens, New York is accused of abusing infants and toddlers at a licensed daycare center they ran from their home.
District Attorney Melinda Katz says Ilya and Ksenia Davidoff have been indicted on multiple attempted assault and child endangerment charges involving 9 children. Katz called what allegedly went on at KSC Services in Jamaica Estates a working parent's worst nightmare. She says there were incidents in which the couple grabbed and kicked babies and suspending a toddler upside down, dropping him onto a table with such force that his cochlear implants fell out. An anonymous tip in December 2023 led to the immediate shutdown of the center and the discovery of hundreds of videos capturing the sickening incidents. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Federal Reserve is leaving interest rates unchanged.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell spoke after the announcement.
Right now, we don't see that, and we see things as in a really good place for policy and for the economy, and so we feel like we don't need to be in a hurry to make any adjustments.
It comes after the Fed cut rates 3 times last year. It also marks the first policy decision during President Trump's second term. Trump has said recently he'd like to see the central bank lower rates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The FCC chair is investigating both NPR and PBS over allegedly airing commercials. The FCC states that member stations could be broadcasting underwriting announcements that cross the line into prohibited commercial advertisements. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
way here on a Friday as we close out the month of January. Well, the identities, pretty much all the victims have now been identified, pictured. Kids, a TikTok star, a famous athlete couple, and more. The U.S., the Mirror, actually had posted photographs and descriptions of all those who are aboard. Some of the earliest reports that came down, of course, we knew before we had closed out last night's program, were a number of figure skating figures were aboard that flight that were returning from the U.S. Figure Skating Championships and two of their Russian coaches. Yeah, we know there are no survivors. U.S. Figure Skating said in a statement that several skaters, coaches, and their family members were aboard that flight. Yeah, these athletes, coaches, family members returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships, according to the sports body. We're devastated by this unspeakable tragedy. We hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. Two of those coaches were identified by the Kremlin as a Russian couple who were pairs world champions some 30 years ago. Evgenia Shashkova and Vadim Numov. Yeah, that couple won the pairs title at the 1994 World Championships in Japan. Now, they also competed twice in the Olympic Games. The Skating Club of Boston lists them as coaches. And their son, Maxim, is actually a competitive figure skater for the U.S. Kremlin spokesman confirmed that the two were aboard the plane. Unfortunately, we see that this sad information is being confirmed. There were other fellow citizens there. Bad news from Washington. We send condolences to the families and friends of those who fellow citizens who died in the crash. So, like I said, the identities of all the others from all walks of life. All right, back to the calls. Vic on board here on a Friday morning. Vic.
Hey, it's kind of a grim subject to talk about there, but I've always had a hard time understanding UHF. I don't know what it is. But when Dan was talking about that air traffic controller was talking on VHF and UHF, that explained, of course, that's went through 2 or 3 different rebroadcasts, but I could barely understand what he was saying to that Black Hawk.
Yeah, exactly.
But if most of those Black Hawks, they trained at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. And when I lived there in Evansville, Indiana, those things were crashing rather frequently. And I started to look that up today, but they didn't really. I wanted to see how many crashes they actually had, and especially when they were trying to test out the night vision goggles. But they had ran several of those helicopters together. I think the last one that they had, they killed like 9 people or something. Anyway, like I said, I'm not really sure, but one of them was even was the last air crash that I looked at was where they had 2 of the special operation Black Hawk helicopters. Well, excuse me, but one of the other things is the 101st Airborne, they don't jump out of planes anymore. They have what's called air assault teams, and I guess they were training for that. But the old paratrooper thing, somebody in the Army decided they could land a bunch in helicopters and not have to have them float down. So I'm not exactly sure where all that finally wound up. But whenever the individual mentioned there hadn't been any mid-air collisions, I guess he was talking about on commercial flights.
Right.
Because they had, like I said, they did have several of those helicopters run together down there at Fort Campbell. And the other thing is, they kept saying it was a training flight, and they had lots of experience. But I don't know. They said today that one of the people only had 200 hours flying, and the other, I guess, instructor or whatever, 1,000 hours. I think you almost have 200 hours by the time you get your certification for a helicopter in. So I don't know. That just kind of struck me as odd. And the other thing I was going to mention real quick, you were talking about the impoundment thing, impoundment of funds. That's been a thorn in the side ever since this country was founded. I guess it was a conflict between Article 2 of the Constitution on the executive branch, where they say that the president has to make sure funds are dispersed legally, and they have supposed to have time to investigate it. And then they came out with that Impoundment Act in 1974 because Nixon had impounded some funds that they thought it was just a political decision. And Lord, there's a whole boatload of cases on that. So I really don't know where they're going to wind up on that one with Trump impounding some of the funds. And on the nomination hearings, I couldn't help but wonder. There's Senator Whitehouse. He's the guy that said he served in Vietnam or something, and he didn't. And then I was looking at Elizabeth Warren, and if she really thought she had Indian blood in her, she can get a certificate of Indian blood, and if she can somehow prove from her relatives that they actually had some Indian blood in them. And the problem with her, she used that to get different positions and claimed that she was a minority due to her Indian blood. And that's where that came in. And they were sitting there giving RFK all kinds of grief on the vaccine. Well, whenever they passed a law that allowed our medicine to be made other than in the continental United States, and China started making it, China was actually sending live vaccines, and that was caught over in Bulgaria, because in Bulgaria they actually used the prisoners to test out the vaccines. I forget what vaccine it was, but it was live. And the other thing was, you're talking about North Carolina. If those people go down 26, they're going to hit one heck of a steep grade going down into Asheville there. And if they go on over to Charlotte there and get on 74, they're going to hit another steep grade called the Saluda grade. And it's a short, sharp grade. And they even have videos on the internet for the train, because there's a train track that runs down through there. So if you're have to take the detour because of whatever's going on there in the cove, I don't know, in the gorge, I should say. But I just happened, when you were talking about the hazmat thing, you definitely don't want to get your brakes hot if you're carrying anything flammable or anything of that nature or anything heavier. It'd just be a whole lot easier just going up to Statesville up there on 81 and jump on 77 South. So that's pretty much about all I had. But it was kind of interesting watching those senators, and it's like, I think it's kind of like the pot calling the kettle black, but that was just my take on it. So with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
All right, Vic, have a good night, good weekend, and thanks for being a part of the show, as always. All right, let me give you the rest of the story. We have new leadership at the EPA. OOIDA said, looking forward to working with Zeldin. With our 150,000 small business truckers, we represent congratulating Administrator Lee Zeldin on his confirmation. Small business truckers, who make up 96% of trucking, have faced an uncertain future in recent years from top-down environmental regulations and mandates. We look forward to working with Administrator Zeldin on common-sense environmental policies that consider the local mom-and-pop trucking businesses, that keep the supply chain running. The American Trucking Association also support Zeldin's confirmation. The trucking industry congratulates Administrator Zeldin. We look forward to the restoration of common sense in our nation's environmental policies under his leadership of the EPA. That's Chris Spears of the ATA. Over the past several years, this mad dash to zero and a patchwork of unachievable mandates on unrealistic timelines have posed a grave threat to the trucking industry, the supply chain, and our overall economy. Yeah, the enormous price tag of this haphazard transition would have significantly raised costs for American consumers without delivering the promised environmental benefits. Of course, the trucking industry had numerous concerns about the previous administration's push toward electric vehicles. This unworkable mandate ignores operational realities and places a costly burden on trucking companies, according to the vice president of Pitt, Ohio, back in April of last year, speaking at a House subcommittee hearing. Although battery electric trucks show promise in certain applications, it is apparent they are not ready for broad deployment due to the technology limitations. Of course, day number one, Trump issued that executive order going after electric vehicle regulations. All right, so waiting to see what comes of the advanced clean trucks rule as well further down the line.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, hope you've had a good week. Looking forward to the weekend. A little R&R, as they say. All right, Eagle checking in here. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, I got some things to talk about, Steve. I'm going to talk about this plane for a few seconds, and then I'm going to move on to something else. I told you last night how I feel, and apparently a lot of the people that call your show don't feel the same. So But there is definitely some information coming out that clearly shows that this wasn't an accident. I'm not going to go into detail because Donald Trump said everything that needed to be said today at the press conference about the incident, about what the capabilities of this helicopter is, and that tells you everything you need to know about the accident. When he said that these helicopters can maneuver up or down or either another direction. So that tells you all you need to know. And if you look at the video, the helicopter didn't do neither of those things that I just mentioned. So you come to your own conclusion. And that's all I got to say about it.
Okay.
Now,
well, I mean, you just keep in mind, like we mentioned. I mean, what I shared earlier. If that pilot did not see that plane coming in, from his perspective, he wouldn't have maneuvered, tried to move up or down. Obviously, he went straight into it. Now, whether they're going to look into whether it was intentional, if there's anything that would show, but did that pilot possibly, want to commit suicide or something of that? They'll look into all that, but right now it just appears to be.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be looked into. You can't, a lot of people are saying that Trump is jumping to the conclusions about without knowing all the evidence. But if anybody would know the evidence, it's Donald Trump. I guarantee you, he's been briefed. He's heard the audio tape from both the airplane and the helicopter. So Donald Trump knows more than me, you, and anybody else out there. And he, like I said, you listen to the press conference. That's all you need to know. Whether the press corps thinks so or not, those people don't care about Donald Trump anyway. Especially that one woman. She had a television show on CNN, and I think they basically put her in the press corps just to be an aggravation to Donald Trump. I don't know what her name is. Caitlin Collins, I think that's what her name is. She's basically.
All right, hang on a second here. Let me. Typical day. It's a Friday, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. But we'll get back with Eagle here moment. It's reconnecting as we speak. Where was the father of the American Airlines pilot spoke out, and he thinks the Army helicopter made a grave error, and we'll share what he had to say. All right, Eagle, we lost connection there briefly. You were talking about the girl CNN that had the program there, so pick up there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Okay, I was talking about Caitlin Collins, okay? She had a show on CNN. She had a confrontation with Donald Trump earlier last year when he was doing an interview with her, and she was asking him very pointed questions, and Donald Trump told her she was a very nasty person because she just had a nasty attitude. And now she's basically replaced Jim Acosta as the aggravation for Donald Trump for the next 4 years. You're gonna just like the black woman and the other guy, Peter Doocy, had a problem for the last 4 years. Donald Trump and her are gonna be going back and forth for the next 4 years because that's what they pay her to do. CNN is to cause problems for Trump and to try to get him upset so he says something he shouldn't say during these press conferences. And she did exactly that today when she asked Donald Trump how he knew that this was a pilot error when the evidence hadn't even been put out there yet. So that's what she's gonna do, and she's looking for Donald Trump to get aggravated and say something he shouldn't say. Now, let me move on to this other subject, Steve. I told you this before. I told you this even before Donald Trump started this largest deportation in the history of the United States of America. There are videos all over the internet right now, and I told you, like I said before, there are empty home sites, empty construction sites all over America. Okay, we already know because I used to be in the home business before I started driving trucks when I was off the road for a little while back in 2007 for about a year before I got back on the road. And anybody in the housing industry knows that most of the people that work on these houses, do roofing work, electrical work, or any other work on these new home sites were illegals in this country. Okay, now Donald Trump has basically eliminated a lot of these guys. Are either scared to go to work or they've been deported already. Now, I've told you this before. It's up to the Americans now. Donald Trump is giving the Americans the opportunity to go back to work. All these people that were complaining for the last 4 years about these illegals taking jobs away from Americans and they in the unemployment. This is your chance right here, my man, to go to work. It's either time to put up or shut up. These people have been eliminated. Donald Trump has getting these people out of the country as we speak right now. There's ICE units all over America and major cities all over America, from Texas to California to New York, Florida, you name it. They all over eliminating people and opening up jobs. There's jobs that's going to be open and available. So now American people have no excuse whatsoever now, Steve, to be talking about they don't have no money, that they don't have a job. Your job is wide open right now, my man. It's up to you to get off your butt and do it. And that's the reason, like I told you a couple of nights ago, Steve, that the welfare system and all these other government assisted programs, these are for people that need it. These are for the handicapped, the disabled, the senior citizens, people that can't work. Anybody that has 2 arms and 2 legs, like me and you, Steve, can get up tomorrow morning. I'm getting up tomorrow morning at 6, 7 o'clock to get on the road to drive this truck. If I can do it, they can do the same damn thing. I don't feel sorry for nobody that refuses to get up off their rear end and go get a job. This is your chance right here. Donald Trump is giving you the opportunity to go to work and make America great again. It's up to you. If you don't do it, and Donald Trump or whoever the next president is decides to bring these people back into the country, such as Joe Biden did, and open it up again, you can't blame nobody but your damn self, because you had your chance to go to work and you still decided to sit on your butt and wait for Uncle Sam to put a government check in your mailbox. So you think about that. All these people that's sitting on your butt watching television all day, think about that when you lose this opportunity if Trump doesn't get back in for another 4 years and you find yourself in the unemployment line again. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, news break coming up here. It is 844-844-3388. Someone, who was it last evening? It might have been Vic. Yeah, had kind of questioned, I wonder if the Black Hawk, were they wearing night vision goggles? That is also something being looked into as well. More on that coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A preliminary FAA report reveals that staffing at the air traffic control tower was not normal during the mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. Staffing was not normal for the amount of air traffic and time of day.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team.
NTSB's Todd Inman says investigators continue to collect information on tower personnel. The tower typically has a controller focused on helicopter traffic, with another checking on both airplane and helicopter activity. 67 people are feared dead after Wednesday night's collision involving an American Airlines regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Congressman Chip Roy loves the idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I just wanted to say, let's not jump to any conclusions. The National Transportation Safety Board saying the same. Be wary of speculation. You can look at what we do have before us. Yeah, the video makes you kind of question, how could you do that? It's right in front of you. Can't you see it? Maybe, maybe not. Many helicopter pilots will tell you, especially in busy airspace like that, it's very possible they did not see it. Now, the father of the airline pilot, Timothy Lilly, he's the father of the pilot of the American Airlines flight that collided with the chopper. This past day, he said he suspects the helicopter may have been at fault. 28-year-old Sam Lilly. Sam, his son, was one of the 2 pilots on the American Airlines flight. Now, his father told Fox 5 Atlanta the pilot was reportedly engaged to be married and had ties to the Savannah, Georgia area. This is undoubtedly the worst day of my life, he says. All right, Timothy, again, the father, has 20 years of experience as a helicopter pilot in the Army. He told Fox 5 he suspects the pilots on board the Army copter had worn night vision goggles, which prevented them from seeing the incoming plane. In the 1990s, I used to fly in and out of the Pentagon regularly. And I can tell you, if you're flying on that route over the Potomac and you're wearing night vision goggles, it's going to be very hard to see that plane. If you're not wearing goggles, that you might have a chance. Big question in his mind. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said in a video shared to social media this past day that the 3 soldiers aboard that chopper were conducting a training flight. The crew was, quote, fairly experienced, and this training was part of an annual requirement. Timothy, the father of the pilot, said the commercial jet had done nothing wrong. From what I see, those guys turned right into the jet. I think the PSA jet was doing everything right. The Army pilot made a grave error. It hurts me because those are my brothers, and now my son's dead. Now, the U.S. Army Military District of D.C. said in a statement this past day they're committed to transparency as the investigation is conducted. We will share accurate updates as soon as they become available. Multiple media personalities this past day kind of backtracked comments, blaming President Trump for the collision. Phil Williams, the chief investigative reporter for WTVF in Nashville, claimed on social media that Trump's recent offer to buy out federal employees could lead to similar deaths. He later deleted the post, saying that, well, you're misinterpreting my remarks. CNN commentator Bakari Sellers also shared a screenshot of a release from the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure announcing an air traffic controller hiring freeze. He captioned that post 8 days ago before later deleting it and acknowledging, quote, I effed up. All right, Brain Dead, it's a Friday. What's going on?
Oh, I was out here playing polo jumper tonight, Steve. But before we get to I got some NHRA news too, Steve, but in NASCAR news. But I need to address 3 things really quick. Now, number one, I heard horse feathers. Yeah, I think I know what the problem is. It was one of those nights that I didn't call in or didn't check in. My dates did kind of get off. Now, to the elephant in the room, dingbat. I'm sorry. Got that wrong. Dang it. I hate to tell you, dear, but the Gators are coming up here to the Vols, and you're coming to our house. Yeah, you stomped us by 30 in Gainesville. Yeah, just wait, because Steve, when Monday morning comes, she's crying them crocodile tears.
Yeah.
You know what happened?
Uh-oh.
You know what happened? But what was the third thing? There was something else I had heard. Eagle kind of hit on something I kind of the illegals. That's what it is. The construction and all that. Trump wants to put Americans back to work. I'm all for that. However, the young people today, they don't want to do a trade. They don't want to do electrical or plumbing or even driving truck. They either would rather be sitting at home playing video games and getting paid for it, or what we have instilled in our kids is to go to a 4-year college and get a degree, because if you don't go to a 4-year college, you're worthless. You're not going to make it in this world. I've never been to college. I've got a pretty decent gig here where I'm at with Kroger, but this is what we're teaching our kids. We have a lousy work ethic. Back in the day, Steve, now, we're not too far in age. We had a paper route. We went out and cut grass. We did chores around the house. Nowadays, it's, okay, well, Mom's sitting there cleaning the house while Junior's playing the video games over here and not doing nothing about it. There's the problem right there. The work ethic in this country sucks. These jobs have got to be done. Now, you can't just look at somebody that is Hispanic descent and say, "Oh, well, you're an illegal. Oh, you're an illegal." No, you don't know.
Right.
It's just like it's just like I can't remember what the equivalent I was going to put to that, because there are some that were born in this country that are of Hispanic descent.
Absolutely.
Like the guy that trained me. The guy that trained me was Hispanic descent. His parents came over from Mexico many, many, many moons ago. They did it legally when there was a lot less government red tape and hassle. That's the other part of the problem too, is the government red tape and hassle. I mean, we've got some cleaning ladies up here where I work at that help keep the office clean, and that's one of the things that they're having an issue with, is all the red tape that's been going down with just trying to get anything done out of the government, and it's literally insane. It's crazy how this government works, Steve. So, with that being said, let me get to some NHRA news. Yes, I do have some NHRA news. HendrickCars.com has renewed its sponsorship with Brittany Force as its main sponsor and John Force Racing. And Rick Hendrick and John Force are pretty good friends, and I guess you didn't hear about Rick Hendrick's new purchase, have you?
I did see that. What was that, $3.7 million?
For a 2025 ZR1 Corvette, VIN number 1.
How often?
I think
it seems like year after year. How many Corvettes, different models, that he tries to get that VIN number 1 every time, doesn't he?
Yeah. Because see, the first one is going to bring the most money. So say like when he does pass on or does whatever, and they go to sell this Corvette, he paid $3.7 million now. What's to say in 20 or 30 years from now, this car doesn't pop up and it goes for 20 or 30 million? Because any collector wants the first one that they'd ever made. And he's got a pretty good collection. I saw somewhere, YouTube or somewhere, where he's actually in the museum doing his walking around tour and whatnot. He's got a pretty nice collection of cars. I mean, he's sitting on some money, so if somebody goes to sell them later on, they're going to be set for a while. Going to be set for a good while. One of the other things too they announced is NHRA is going to increase the purse money and the payouts to the champions. Total purse money is going to be $25 million this year over all the races, with the additional $400,000 to the champion this year. So, with that being said, let's get to some NASCAR news, Steve, because we're 2 days away from the Clash.
Yes, sir.
So a little bit of sponsorship change, real quick. Bank OZK is going to sponsor Kyle Busch in select races. Seabest is going to sponsor Ty Dillon for 20 races. That's going to be good for them. Lance Crackers is going to be sponsoring Chase Briscoe and Joe Gibbs Racing this year. And National Debt Relief will be sponsoring Denny Hamlin. Because, they lost that big sponsor with, what was that, FedEx. Dang, I get that wrong, too. But the one I find interesting, though, Steve, is McLaren. Now, McLaren. They're in that F1 series, but they're also in the IndyCar series. They're planning to leave one of the two series come 2027. Now, the difference is McLaren is owned by a bunch of investors and stockholders and whatnot, and they want their money's worth and then some. So they're going to figure out what they're going to which one of these two series they're going to leave and get into the sports car series in 2027. That's going to be something interesting to watch as far as Indy cars go. Now, I heard Captain Ron mention something about the Clash. This is the first time they've done this at Bowman Gray. So there's never been a winner at Bowman Gray as far as the Cup Series or Clash as well. if I'm going to put my money on who's the winner's going to be, I would look at Kyle Larson or Chase Briscoe. Those are the number one and number two that I would look at. But I'd also look at Tyler Reddick. This is a kind of a Tyler Reddick track. But I would not also put it past some of these rookies. They had a testing this past week over there with the rookies, and Justin Haley did phenomenal. So I would kind of keep my eye on him as well, Steve. But with that being said, what are your plans for the weekend, buddy?
I don't know that I've got any orders from the princess in line. I may have a free weekend.
Okay, so Pup's going to bring you down that trailer full of skull busters, right?
See how many we can polish off in 2 days, right?
And make sure he buys the pizza this time too. Now, Steve. Now you know how you got all that big money over there at Estes. You know that.
Mm-hmm. All right, very good there. Brain did have a great weekend. I saw that little. It was like a YouTube clip of the auction there for the 2025 Corvette. It started off at I think it started off at $2 million or something, and they were going in $5 million increments till they got to 3.5, and then nobody was biting, so they said 3.1, 3.2, got to 3.7 million, and Rick Hendrick. And I know over the years we talked various stories where Rick, he is an avid Corvette collector, right? I'll take you all the way back to 2020, the year 2020, when Rick attended the 49th Barrett-Jackson auction there. Yeah, where he placed the final hammer-down bid on the very first road-going mid-engine 2020 Chevy Corvette. It was the Stingray C8. $3 million was his bid. VIN number 0001. And these auctions typically, it's for some sort of a charity. As the case was then, that was the case, I guess, last weekend when he made that purchase. Unlike most Corvettes, this particular variant will not be spending its weekends stretching its legs on the open road, given its highly desirable VIN. This vehicle will spend the majority of his life in a meticulously maintained showroom, never to feel the warm touch of pavement on the sticky rubber. At the time, Hendrick said, I won't ever drive it. I'll put it away. You won't find this car at any of Hendrick's 94 auto dealerships, not even at the 15, which exclusively sell Chevy vehicles, and have about 1,000 pre-orders for what was then the hotly anticipated Vet. This first ever is living in a 58,000 square foot warehouse known as the Hendrick Heritage Center. That's his invitation-only private collection at the Hendrick Motorsports campus in Concord, North Carolina. Home to, at that point in time, was like 210 cars, 120 of which were Corvettes. I guess his love for Corvettes, he says, goes back to being a staple in his life since in his 20s when he and his wife-to-be at the time, took out his 1963 Corvette on their very first date. Now, he owns a number of very low serial number Vettes, including the first units ever built, 1955, 56, 57. The first Corvette ZR1, built in 1989. He says, my favorite Vette of them all was a 1967 427 big block. Now, that was the second generation, but it was the first Stingray that had the hideaway headlights, had the factory side pipes, the 427 engine. He says, I have 32 of them in every color. So, all right, so yes, I'm not sure. 22, 23, if he has the VIN number 1 or not, but yes, the 2025 model. for a measly $3.7 million.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, talks about tariffs. Tariffs. It looks like they're slated to come down starting Saturday. Let me start with from the trucker this past day. The impact on Class 8 trucks, big rigs. U.S. sales of new Class 8 trucks finished 2024 right about where they've been all year. Lower than 22 and 2023, but still about 3% higher than the average over the past decade. For the month of December, sales of 22,383 new trucks, according to Ward's Intelligence. That was up 13.9% from November sales, 4.3% lower than December of 23. During 2024, only Western Star and the tiny Hino sold more Class A trucks than they did in 23. All the other major manufacturers saw declines. As a whole, the industry was down about 9.7% from 2023. But word is buyers are ordering new trucks for future delivery, pre-buys, as they say. According to FTR Transportation Intelligence, the new Class 8 preliminary orders on the North American market for December were up 23% from December of 23. For the full year of 2024, truck orders were up 11% over the prior year. Most OEMs performed above seasonal expectations, as net orders maintained relatively high levels for what's typically a softer order month. There also wasn't any notable difference in vocational segment month-over-month order movement versus how on-highway performed for the month. Now, there are variances between analysts due to which manufacturers report sales number to the different agencies and the timing of those reports. But the Class 8 market finished strong with a surge of 23% in units sold in December, according to ACT Research. The price of the average used Class 8 truck rose 4% for the month of December. The anticipated price increase. Why would that be? Price for new trucks are expected to rise by $30,000 per unit or more for the 2027 model year. Well, that's when government mandates for longer warranties and the new fuel mileage and emission requirements hit. That may be stifled. For now, President Trump's administration has called a halt to some of those mandates. But still, 2025 and 26 models are more in demand by buyers who want to stock up on less expensive equipment. Yet new truck deals will become increasingly hard to find, and many buyers will turn to the used market. They go through all the OEM reports. I won't bore you with that, but one issue looming large is the possibility of tariffs proposed by Trump. We continue to watch the ongoing discussions and developments related to Trump's plans to impose tariffs on imports from Mexico, Canada, and China, as more than 40% of Class A trucks sold in the U.S. are built in Mexico. According to FTR, tariffs could significantly disrupt supply chains and raise production costs. Compounding disruptions already anticipated due to the EPA's regulations. Tariffs could also impact parts manufactured in China, driving up costs for both new trucks and repair parts for those on the road. As carriers welcome the possibility of moderately rising freight rates, they're hoping that the rising cost of equipment will not erase any profitability. But late word, tariffs. Trump said tariffs are coming Saturday. More in our next hour.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A preliminary FAA report reveals that staffing at the Air Traffic Control Tower was not normal during the mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. Multiple media reports cite a source stating staffing was not normal for the amount of air traffic and time of day.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team.
NTSB's Todd Inman says investigators continue to collect information on tower personnel. The tower typically has a controller focused on helicopter traffic, with another checking on both airplane and helicopter activity. 67 people are feared dead after Wednesday night's collision involving an American Airlines regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The U.S. Department of Justice could be dropping federal charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
The possibility comes months after Mayor Adams pled not guilty to a 5-count indictment that charged him with bribery, conspiracy, and campaign finance violations. So how do New Yorkers feel if the charges just disappear?
He should pay for what he's doing.
Of course, it bothers me because I think that, you didn't fully go through with an investigation.
The mayor needs to address those charges, right? And I think the way they did with the president.
Mayor Adams did meet with President Trump earlier this month, but he told reporters and the public they didn't speak about his case and focused on how best to serve New York City. I'm Natalie Migliori.
President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Congressman Chip Roy loves the idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative, but the president of Cuba has other words. Miguel Diaz-Canel called it an act of brutality. I'm Brian Shook.
Stocks closed higher after a volatile day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 168 points. The S&P 500 rose 31 points. The Nasdaq gained 49 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A married couple from Queens, New York is accused of abusing infants and toddlers at a licensed daycare center they ran from their home.
District Attorney Melinda Katz says Ilya and Ksenia Davidoff have been indicted on multiple attempted assault and child endangerment charges involving 9 children. Katz called what allegedly went on at KSC Services in Jamaica Estates a working parent's worst nightmare. She says there were incidents in which the couple grabbed and kicked babies and suspending a toddler upside down, dropping him onto a table with such force that his cochlear implants fell out. An anonymous tip in December 2023 led to the immediate shutdown of the center and the discovery of hundreds of videos capturing the sickening incidents. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Federal Reserve is leaving interest rates unchanged.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell spoke after the announcement.
Right now, we don't see that, and we see things as in a really good place for policy and for the economy, and so we feel like we don't need to be in a hurry to make any adjustments.
It comes after the Fed cut rates 3 times last year. It also marks the first policy decision during President Trump's second term. Trump has said recently he'd like to see the central bank lower rates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The FCC chair is investigating both NPR and PBS over allegedly airing commercials. The FCC states that member stations could be broadcasting underwriting announcements that cross the line into prohibited commercial advertisements. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammographysaveslives.org.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, welcome into a Friday for our friends on the West Coast. As we will close out the month of January here. January 31 already. All right, so will we not? Trump says the 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico are coming Saturday. But he's still considering whether to include oil from those countries as part of his import taxes. We may or may not, he said, about tariffing oil. Yeah, we'll probably make that determination tonight. Now, he said his decision will be based on whether the price of oil charged by the two trading partners is fair, although the basis of his threatening tariffs pertains to stopping illegal immigration and the smuggling of chemicals or drugs used in fentanyl. Now, the U.S. imported almost 4.6 million barrels of oil daily from Canada in October, 563,000 barrels from Mexico, according to the Energy Information Administration. U.S. daily production during that month averaged about 13.5 million barrels per day. But Trump showed no concerns that import taxes on the U.S. trading partners would have a negative impact on the U.S. economy, despite the risk shown in some economic analysis of higher prices. All right, Trump said we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, referencing the lumber. He said China would pay tariffs for their exporting of the chemicals used to make fentanyl. Now, he had previously stated a 10% tariff that would be on top of the other import taxes already being charged on those products from China. I guess we'll have to wait and see what will the impacts be. Meanwhile, good morning, Steve. It's the lovely Dingbat on a Freaky Friday edition of Interesting Facts for January 31. All right, hope you have a good weekend as we roll into the month of February with that rodent making his appearance Sunday. With that being said, put your tray tables in the upright position. Tighten your seatbelt. Starting the day off with National Backwards Day. Okay, it's National Hot Chocolate Day. National Scotch Tape Day, really? National Fun at Work Day. I think someone was on something when they came up with that. And finally, it's National Gorilla Suit Day, or in Brain Dead's case, that's not a suit he's wearing, but this date, January 31, 1861, the state of Louisiana takes over the U.S. Mint in New Orleans. 1865, the 13th Amendment was passed, which abolished slavery. 1905, on this date, the first automobile to exceed 100 miles per hour at the sands of Daytona Beach by British daredevil Arthur MacDonald. 1928, Scotch tape was invented by 3M. Okay, Scotch Tape Day. 1944, Operation Overlord, or D-Day, was postponed until June. And lastly, this date in 2001, Pan Am Flight 103 was bombed in Lockerbie, Scotland. Remember that. All right, the funding freeze. We kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together here. When they had frozen funding via executive order earlier in the week, then word came down that it was rescinded, and I I was questioning, does the president, didn't think the president has authority. When Congress appropriates the fund, they hold the purse strings. They tell who gets the money, right? And on a whim, the president can't change that. Let's kind of slice and dice. The White House spokesperson earlier this week, Wednesday, said the federal funding freeze that was announced earlier in the week by the Office of Management and Budget is still in effect, despite the media reports that it had been rescinded. This is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It's simply a rescission of the Office of Management and Budget memo. Why, she explains? Well, to end any confusion created by the court's injunction. The president's executive orders on federal funding are in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented. Now, earlier that day, going back to Wednesday, various news outlets reported the funding freeze had been rescinded. A White House official announced the decision to pull back a proposed spending freeze that threatened to disrupt hundreds of billions of dollars in aid to U.S. programs. That was announced in a copy of a new memo obtained by the Washington Post after the administration's move earlier in the week to stop spending resulted in a backlash. The acting Office of Management and Budget acting director used that memo to tell federal agencies that the department's memorandum M2513 is rescinded. Now, in a memo Monday, Matthew Vaith is the OMB acting director. He said funding for federal grants and loans would be put on hold while the Trump administration reviews them to make sure those recipients are aligned with his top priorities, including executive orders he signed the previous week, ending diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. OMB oversees the federal budget. The first major domestic policy reversal of the Republican president's new term came after one federal judge in D.C. had temporarily blocked the freeze just before another judge was set to hear a separate legal challenge. So this has thrown all these government programs into chaos, disrupting payments to various providers. So where do we stand and how do we get here? This kind of came into play yesterday. The Democrats apparently had a bit of a tantrum this past day. But Republicans got the business done anyway. The Senate Budget Committee voted 11-0 to send the nomination of Russell Vought to lead the Office of Management and Budget, sending him to the full Senate. Democrats who found time to hold a media event denouncing Vought boycotted the committee meeting. The boycott was linked in part to their objections to the nominee and also to anger over the OMB memo I was just sharing earlier in the week that proposed a freeze on grant funding pending a review of hundreds of federal grant programs. So Bernie Moreno chastising the Democrats who boycotted the vote this past day, calling their action extraordinarily juvenile. This is not a high school musical here. This is serious business. The United States Senate, for them to take their toys home and leave the playground is really ridiculous. You know, these are old men, honestly. It's very, very pathetic to see them doing that. Budget Committee Chair Lindsey Graham of South Carolina said he wanted a full Senate vote soon. We need to get on with voting, getting the government up and running, indicating he believed Vought would be confirmed by the full Senate. All right. In regards to the Democrat boycott, he said, they're not here. They chose not to be here. It's their right not to be here. Last week, the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, which shares jurisdiction over the Office of Budget Committee, had already approved Vaught's nomination. Democrats denouncing Vought as clearly unfit for office. Reuters News reporting Vaught stirred some opposition among panel members by stating that a 1974 law that was passed by Congress that claims a president cannot deobligate funding after Congress has approved it is unconstitutional. There's the key. That's the whole OMB thing. Monday, the OMB memo said that funding for that list of federal grant programs will be frozen while the Trump administration reviews them to determine whether they're in line with the president's priorities. So I guess OMB, if this guy gets in charge, they're in charge. Now, Wednesday, the memo, as we just shared, was rescinded, although the White House indicated they're still going to scrutinize spending programs. The executive orders issued by the president on funding reviews remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented by all agencies and departments. That was the word from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. This action should effectively end the court case and allow the government to focus on enforcing the president's orders on controlling federal spending. So the 1974 laws, if that's in place, I mean, that was passed, claiming a president cannot deobligate funding after Congress has approved it. Yeah, this incoming OMB leader, I guess, feels that that is an unconstitutional rule. Probably going to end up being fought in the courts once again. 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Somebody explain to me, what is a fraudulent engine? Fraudulent. Kind of confused. Is it counterfeit? Knockoffs? The photograph, they look like lawnmower engines. Sharing the story where Customs and Border Protection officers at Minneapolis-St. Paul's Express Consignment Facility apparently intercepting 42 pallets containing more than 1,100 what they say are fraudulent gas engines. The engines came from China, had an appraised value of $1.34 million. Each pallet contained 27 engines, gas engines, was headed to various businesses across the U.S. Engines seized for not providing the proper documentation were turned over to Homeland Security for further investigation. So again, a little confused. Fraudulent engines. Customs and Border Protection is led at ports of entry by officers from the Office of Field Operations. They screen international travelers and cargo searching for illicit narcotics, unreported currency, weapons, counterfeit consumer goods, prohibited agriculture, and other illicit products that could potentially harm the American people or businesses. All right, fraudulent engines. I don't know, maybe some knockoff Briggs & Stratton. Yeah, the first pull of the engine, it fires up and goes dead. Kaput. I don't know. Let me see. Eagle back on board here. Good morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the sports deal going on right now. Coming up. Like I told you, Steve. I told you this last year that NASCAR. I'm basically through with them. I used to look forward to this type of time of year, early February, because they would get ready for the Daytona 500 and other races. But I don't even look forward to it no more. I'm not even sure if this might be the first time in a long time I don't watch the 500. I might not even watch the Daytona 500 because they've taken a lot of the fun out of the sport with all these different rules and regulations and things that they got going on. It's not really even, it's getting to the point, they don't lost a lot of fans, and, it wouldn't surprise me if the stadium is not even full for the Daytona 500, the biggest race, so-called biggest race of the year. We'll see what happens. But NASCAR is definitely not the same as it was back in the late 80s and 90s, when Earnhardt and some of the other drivers, Jeff Gordon and people like that, were doing their thing. They got a couple of guys with big names, but they're not doing what Earnhardt did for the sport. And, they say that they want competition between the drivers, and then when a driver gets into an altercation or a bump or a banging into another car, they want to suspend the guy or take points away from him or money away. How you can't, NASCAR try to have it both ways. They claim that they want to have a competitive sport, and the drivers, driving aggressive. But then when a driver drives aggressive, then they want to take money out of his pocket and suspend him and all. It makes no sense. So they try to have it both ways. So I'm basically through with NASCAR, and at this point, I'm more into NHRA drag racing now. I might try to get down to the race in February the 6th. They supposed to not this weekend, but the following weekend. They supposed 8th or whatever it is. Supposed to have some races season starting in Gainesville, Florida. I might try to get down there to that race, because John Force. He's not running this year. He's not racing this year. I don't know if he's gonna race again or not, but he is out of the hospital and doing a lot better. He got a man to replace him in his car for this year in 25, and we'll see if he come back in 26. But the main thing is he back. He's healthy and he doing good. After that big accident that he had. But NHRA is a lot more competitive. They let their drivers do their thing and don't try to regulate them with all these different rules and things that they got going on. So, and one other thing, Steve, I want to say something about the Super Bowl. Super Bowl that's coming up this weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend.
Right.
You was talking about the Super Bowl ads last night. That they've even made that, it used to be, back in the 90s and 2000s, back when I was in high school, they did have some good Super Bowl ads, but the last couple of years have been a real big disappointment for the advertisement for these different companies. Hopefully they put on a better show this year, and have some good commercials worth looking at. But the last couple of years haven't been that good, and but I think it could. I think it's probably going to be a good Super Bowl, with the Chiefs and in Philadelphia. I think it's going to be a good ball game. You got two good teams, offenses and defenses. So I don't think it's not going to be no blowout game. It should be a good game to watch. And at least they're starting it at a decent time where you don't have to stay up all night to watch. It's starting at 5:30 instead of 8 or 9 o'clock at night. At least they got a decent start time at 5:30. And people can still be able to go to work on Monday, because a lot of people had to miss work, the next day, Steve, because they had to stay up so late for the game. So a lot of people didn't show up for work the following day. So people they ain't gonna have no excuse this time, because you got an early start, and hopefully hopefully they got plenty of security, for the Super Bowl. We don't need another incident like we had, for the college football game a couple of months, the first of the year. Hopefully everything will be safe. New Orleans is locked down, and hopefully they got the people on top of their game. Because, like I said, there's still some bad people in the country, Steve. Donald Trump is getting them out as quickly as he can get them out. But there's still some leftovers that have to be got out of the country. Because there's some dangerous people out there. And, I just want to make one more comment right quick, Steve. All this could have been done for all those people out there that continue to talk about Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that. This same deportation operation that Donald Trump got going on, Steve, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris could have easily done the same thing. This could have easily taken place under the previous administration. For anybody who out there who's saying that Joe Biden did a good job on the border, you can clearly see that he didn't. And I thank you for taking my call.
Once again, thank you very much, Eagle. All right, news update just ahead here. I think it was Knucklebuster that mentioned a little bit earlier. Zuckerberg, or a.k.a. Meta, formerly known as Facebook, agreeing to pay $25 million to settle a lawsuit filed by President Trump after the company suspended his accounts after the whole January 6, 2021 thing at the Capitol. Suddenly, Zuckerberg's one of the good guys now. We'll give you more on that coming up here. This the latest instance of a large corporation kind of settling litigation with the president. All right, trying to buy his favor, I guess, is what some are kind of alluding to. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A preliminary FAA report reveals that staffing at the air traffic control tower was not normal during the mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. Staffing was not normal for the amount of air traffic and time of day.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team.
NTSB's Todd Inman says investigators continue to collect information on tower personnel. The tower typically has a controller focused on helicopter traffic, with another checking on both airplane and helicopter activity. 67 people are feared dead after Wednesday night's collision involving an American Airlines regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Congressman Chip Roy loves the idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. All right, good morning to Pappy. Guess he's had a busy night. Fighting crime, suppressing evil. Again. Catching aggravated robbery suspects. I've been dealing with this since 7 o'clock tonight, Steve. I'm just now leaving the district. They just took 4 prisoners down. There's a car dealership right around the corner from me, known as Joseph Chevrolet, had a guy shooting a gun off in the lobby. Said, I'm sure you probably heard about that in the news. Thank God nobody was shot or injured. What a cluster. Anyway, just leaving the district. I'm off for the next week. Got my Kelly week coming on. Tell the listeners, I said, be safe and have a safe weekend. All right, yeah, I guess you deserve a Kelly week. It's been a busy week for you, huh? All right, happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the hotshot secret nation and the great product of Staybill. 40 degrees and some dense fog at Fort Wayne. In parts of the Midwest, 90% chance of rain today. But hey, that beats snow, right? 46 for a high. A big shout out to the great Knuckle Buster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, everybody. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, let me see. I had one other email from Seth, who kind of chimed in regards to the Black Hawk helicopter incident. His headline is, I'm with Eagle. Yeah, take into account the failure, or dare I say, ignorance of the Secret Service while Trump was campaigning. Take into account the assassination attempts. Take into account Pete Hegseth stripped General Milley of his security detail and his security clearance less than 48 hours before the collision. Take into account how many times the government and the press have blatantly lied to the American people. Yeah, us little people are supposed to believe everything they say. Well, no, not me. And they can blame themselves for our distrust. If there's one thing I know for a fact, and that is some of these people are pure evil and will do anything to retain their power. Personally, I think it was not an accident. I think it was more of a warning. Or there was someone on the plane or helicopter that was maybe a whistleblower. I don't know. He says, all right, that's differing opinions. Real quick, though, back to Facebook. The latest instance of a large corporation settling litigation with the president, who's threatened retribution on critics and rivals, as Meta and its CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, have joined other large tech companies trying to integrate themselves with the new administration. The people familiar with the matter spoke anonymously to discuss the agreement. Two of the people said terms of the agreement include $22 million going to the nonprofit that will become Trump's future presidential library. The balance will go to legal fees and other litigants, they say. The Wall Street Journal first reported the settlement. Now, Zuckerberg visited Trump back in November at his private Florida club trying to mend fences. Yeah, something other technology, business, and government officials have done as well. At the dinner, Trump brought up the litigation and suggested they try to resolve it, kickstarting 2 months of negotiations between the parties. Meta also made a $1 million donation to Trump's inaugural committee, and he was among several billionaires granted prime seating during the swearing-in last week in the Capitol Rotunda, along with Google's Sundar Pichai, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. Now, before Trump's inauguration, Meta announced they were dropping their fact-checking, a longtime priority of Trump and his allies. But Trump filed a lawsuit months after his first term ended, calling the action by the social media companies illegal, shameful censorship of the American people. Now, Twitter, Facebook, Google, they're all private companies, and users have to agree to the terms of the service to use their products. Under Section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, social media platforms are allowed to moderate their services by removing posts that, for instance, are obscene or violate the service's own standards, as long as they're acting in good faith. The law also generally exempts internet companies from liability from the material that users post. But Trump and some other politicians have long argued that X, Facebook, and other social media platforms abused that protection and should lose that immunity, or at least have it curtailed. Now, this latest Meta settlement right on the heels of ABC News last month agreeing to pay $15 million toward Trump's presidential library to settle a defamation suit over George Stephanopoulos' inaccurate on-air assertion that the then president-elect had been found civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. The network also agreed to pay $1 million in legal fees to the law firm of Trump's attorney. Settlement agreement describes ABC's presidential library payment as a charitable contribution, with the money earmarked for a nonprofit organization that is being established in conjunction with the yet-to-be-built library. The president has been litigious in arguing that he has been targeted with unfair coverage by the legacy media companies. He's filed a lawsuit against CBS News over claims the network aired a misleading interview with Kamala Harris on the 60-Minute program that amounted to partisan, unlawful acts of election and voter interference intended to mislead the public and attempt to tip the scales. 60 Minutes denies those claims, and he's also has a lawsuit against the Des Moines Register, the news outlet's parent company, Gannett News Service, and the Iowa newspaper pollster Ann Selzer, alleging they violated the Iowa Consumer Fraud Act by releasing the poll just days before the election that significantly understated his support in the state. Both the Des Moines Register and Selzer also deny any wrongdoing. Selzer, she was off by, 19 points? I mean, way off. I mean, not even a bad pollster gets it as wrong as she did. About 18 before the hour, let's get back to Knucklebuster. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he said in that first election that he was going to get ripped off all this stuff. He's going to get that presidential library built for free, right?
By the legacy media, yeah.
Oh, absolutely there. Well, let's talk about that plane helicopter crash thing. You can't assume anything about that. You don't know what he was looking at. They'll never know what he was looking at unless Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead and he tells us what he was looking at there. Now, they might have had onboard cameras. I don't know. They got that. They can get it, film and tell what was going on. Then we'll know. But other than that, all you can do is make an assumption. And when you assume something, what does that do to you, Steve? Makes an ass out of you and me both, right?
One thing I'm concerned about, one thing I'd really like to know is, did they have the night vision goggles on? I don't know if those are, if they had them on. I'm thinking they should have still been strapped on their heads when the helicopter was upside down. That could make a big difference.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I've worn night vision goggles before. You can't see real well with them, but you can see with them there, right? Well, let's change gears. What's the healthiest way to prepare vegetables, Steve?
Healthiest way to prepare vegetables? I don't know. What is it?
Well, Tennessee sent this to me, and it's the way that makes you eat them. And I said, well, let's just put them in the garbage can. That'll be good, too, right? Well, here's some things you can do this weekend. Watch Ohio State women's volleyball team play. Steve, I got some good-looking baby dolls on that team there.
Oh, yeah?
Or you can watch, old Caitlin Clark play, too, for Indiana up there. So, and here's a one you're going to like. I believe this was from the AP. Once a gold standard, Michigan's football response to NCAA violations show that it's just a common cheater. Imagine that, Steve. Well, y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. And Steve, if you get President Trump to come on a Monday morning and he does all that talking, you save your voice a little bit there on Mondays.
I'd love that.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it? But I don't know. He might take up the whole show and not get no commercial breaks in there either. So. But I still like the man. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'm cutting through Dallas, headed down here to Waco, and it's almost. Well, I might get an extra call, and it's 3:40. Yeah, I might call you back before the end of the show there.
Let's see what we got going on. All right, Casual Friday. Thank you, Knucklebuster. So they've had the immigration raids going on all week, and I would not be a bit surprised. According to reports, multiple FBI agents assigned to assist ICE with the illegal alien deportations in Chicago last weekend called in sick with they call it the blue flu, according to an FBI whistleblower. On January 22nd, the acting Attorney General, James McHenry, ordered the FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, Drug Enforcement Administration, the BATF, and the Federal Bureau of Prisons to assist ICE with deportations. Former FBI Special Agent Steve Friend said earlier this week, multiple agents assigned to assist in the deportation in Chicago called in sick to protest the mission. Friend posting on X, I've been told that agents are calling in sick, blue flu style, to protest the directive. ICE ramped up the deportation effort over the weekend. Nearly 1,200 arrests Sunday, another 1,000 on Saturday. Border Czar Tom Homan was in Chicago Sunday, along with U.S. Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove, to oversee the enforcements there in the city. Video posted by Finn shows Bove saying the Department of Homeland Security is running the operation in lockstep with the Department of Justice, urging agents to safely implement Trump policies. Friend, who's now a senior fellow at the Center of Renewing America and an American Radicals podcaster, told American Greatness that other field offices have been asking for volunteers to help with the deportation efforts, but many agents are afraid of retaliation from their superiors. He says people know if they step forward, then leadership will identify them as MAGA. The executive management at some field offices aren't sending out any guidance for this ICE directive, just ignoring it. The former G-man said it's important for the Senate to confirm former federal prosecutor Kash Patel, Trump's nominee to head the FBI, to root out this subterfuge. Everyone is scared of retaliation, always. But people are coming forward with more for me recently because they think Kash is going to get in, according to Friend. The special agent turned whistleblower was stripped of his gun and his badge, escorted out of the FBI field office in Daytona Beach, Florida, for refusing to take part in the Bureau's SWAT raids at the homes of January Sixers. Friend said at the time he was punished after he complained to his superiors about having to be involved in J6 investigations that were violating citizens' Sixth Amendment rights due to overzealous charging by the DOJ and the biased jury pools in Washington, D.C. He said it shouldn't be hard for the Trump administration to quash the insubordination, just suspend clearances like they did to me. The Supreme Court of the United States says that's legal. Fire every probationary employee. I recommend the Trump administration considering all of the above strategy for handling employees who are unwilling to follow lawful, ethical, and constitutional orders from the chief executive. Suspend security clearances. terminate probationary employees, end the telework, reassign individuals to work in hardship locations. Well, some advice, but we return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF weekend on the horizon. And welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back. You can tell I've been off the road for a while, and I kind of forget that sometimes roads, the U.S. roads and interstate roads can get confused. U.S. 74 is the 74 I was talking about. I tried to send you an email, but they've been working on our internet all day long. For some reason, it didn't go through. So I just want to make that clear because U.S. 74 is right out of Asheville there. Whenever you come down 26 and get on to the U.S. 40 there, and you don't go very far, just outside of Asheville there, and you pick up U.S. 74, and that takes you over to Charlotte, and that's where the Saluda grade is. And I-74, it does intersect 40, but I think it's up around Asheboro, High Point, somewhere up into there. You would actually pass up I-77 if you went to that one. So I just want, just in case people that aren't familiar with it, or someone might kind of wonder why I was routing anybody way up past 77 to get on.
Okay.
It was US 74 I was talking about.
Gotcha.
And the other thing too is I haven't been on the Beltway up there in, well, let's see, 2013 to 12 years. So this might be a little dated, but used to when you got on the Beltway around Washington, D.C. on 95 and then whatever they call that around there. But when you picked up 95 again, just south of I think it's the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, because you had to go across it. But when you got on there, they would let trucks use the HOV lane. But then you had to get off a few miles down the road and get back over to go through the Virginia scales, which were always open. So sometimes I might run it, but usually I just stayed in the regular lanes there. So whenever, the reason I mentioned that was whenever, was it Horse Fest was talking about the HOV lane? There are some places they did let big trucks run the HOV lane because they wanted them out, but it was kind of inconvenient there. So for where you could run a little bit faster for a while, that was pretty good. And then you get down there and you'd have to fight your way across about 4 of the scales. There was like about 6 lanes of traffic that was going down through. I know it was more aggravation fighting all the traffic to get over there than to just run the slow lanes down there in the first place. But with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
All right, thank you for the clarification there. I don't think it was guiding you the wrong way, but we wanted to make sure. All right, final moments here in hour number 4. 1 to go, right? Tesla executives say they will begin full production of the all-electric Class 8 semi-truck by the end of the year. Another year. It's just January. This is, again, at the factory in Reno, Nevada. Austin, Texas-based Tesla released their fourth quarter earnings, held a conference call after the markets closed on Wednesday. Tesla is expanding their Gigafactory, Nevada, to accommodate full production of the Semi, according to company officials. We just closed up the Semi-factory roofing walls last week in Reno. We're prepping for mechanical installation of all the equipment in the coming months. The first builds of the high-volume semi-design will come late this year in 2025 and begin ramping up early in 26. When we are at scale, it will meaningfully contribute to Tesla's revenue. Difficult to say how much. This has been a long time coming. They introduced the Semi in November of 2016, launched the pilot production in 22. They delayed mass production several times over the last 2 years. So we'll see if they can maintain that schedule and be up to full production. Supply and demand. Is the demand going to be there for Tesla to be pumping out full production of the electric truck? I question. 844-844-3388.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A preliminary FAA report reveals that staffing at the air traffic control tower was not normal during the mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. Multiple media reports cite a source stating staffing was not normal for the amount of air traffic and time of day.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team.
NTSB's Todd Inman says investigators continue to collect information on tower personnel. The tower typically has a controller focused on helicopter traffic, with another checking on both airplane and helicopter activity. 67 people are feared dead after Wednesday night's collision involving an American Airlines regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. The U.S. Department of Justice could be dropping federal charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
The possibility comes months after Mayor Adams pled not guilty to a 5-count indictment that charged him with bribery, conspiracy, and campaign finance violations. So how do New Yorkers feel if the charges just disappear?
He should pay for what he's doing.
Of course, it bothers me because I think that, you didn't fully go through with an investigation.
The mayor needs to address those charges, right? And I think the way they did with the president.
Mayor Adams did meet with President Trump earlier this month, but he told reporters and the public they didn't speak about his case and focused on how best to serve New York City. I'm Natalie Migliori.
President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Congressman Chip Roy loves the idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative, but the president of Cuba has other words. Miguel Diaz-Canel called it an act of brutality. I'm Brian Shook.
Stocks closed higher after a volatile day on Wall Street.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 168 points. The S&P 500 rose 31 points. The Nasdaq gained 49 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A married couple from Queens, New York is accused of abusing infants and toddlers at a licensed daycare center they ran from their home.
District Attorney Melinda Katz says Ilya and Ksenia Davidoff have been indicted on multiple attempted assault and child endangerment charges involving 9 children. Katz called what allegedly went on at KSC Services in Jamaica Estates a working parent's worst nightmare. She says there were incidents in which the couple grabbed and kicked babies and suspending a toddler upside down, dropping him onto a table with such force that his cochlear implants fell out. An anonymous tip in December 2023 led to the immediate shutdown of the center and the discovery of hundreds of videos capturing the sickening incidents. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Federal Reserve is leaving interest rates unchanged.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell spoke after the announcement.
Right now, we don't see that, and we see things as in a really good place for policy and for the economy, and so we feel like we don't need to be in a hurry to make any adjustments.
It comes after the Fed cut rates 3 times last year. It also marks the first policy decision during President Trump's second term. Trump has said recently he'd like to see the central bank lower rates. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The FCC chair is investigating both NPR and PBS over allegedly airing commercials. The FCC states that member stations could be broadcasting underwriting announcements that cross the line into prohibited commercial advertisements. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
That's my cue to get back underway here for the final hour on a Friday. Under other industry headlines from The Street publication this past day, they highlight the great freight recession that has wreaked havoc on trucking, shipping, and logistic companies since about May of 22. Thousands of companies filing for bankruptcy, going out of business, or both. About 88,000 trucking companies and 8,000 freight brokerage companies went out of business in 2023. According to Freight Caviar, the trucking business did not improve much in 24. This data from the FMCSA shows that the industry had a net loss of about 10,000 motor carriers in the first half of 24. Statistics for the second half of the year have not yet been revealed. Among the companies that filed for Chapter 11 in 24 was defunct Illinois shipping company Mighty Move Transportation, 70 power units, 75 drivers. About a week later, Miami, Florida-based Star Transportation, PA, and 5 affiliates filed for Chapter 11 November 1 to reorganize their businesses. That filing came after one of the company's lenders issued an order to repossess 47 of their trucks that they had financed. Next, major trucking and shipping services company Cal Freight, KAL Freight, December 5, winding down failing affiliates and restructuring their primary business after finding itself over-leveraged, unable to meet their financial obligations. Also, struggling trucking company Miranda Logistics and an affiliate finished the year facing legal issues as they filed for Chapter 11 protection. The Los Angeles-based shipping company and its affiliate Grit and Gravel filed their petitions at the Central District of California to stop collection actions against the companies that crippled their ability to collect payments from their customers. That was 40 power units, 25 drivers. Bankruptcy filings did not end with the close of 2024. Several companies have already filed bankruptcy Chapter 11 petitions in the first month of the new year. Wayne Transportation Holdings on January 10, seeking to restructure their debts after losing an arbitration judgment that awarded over $32 million to a transportation services subcontractor. Finally, a major trucking and logistics company, Flame Freight, January 24 filed for Chapter 11 protection, seeking to reorganize their business. Now, this would be an Auburn, Washington-based shipping company that filed their petition in the bankruptcy court for the Western District of Washington in Seattle, listing $1 million to $10 million in assets and liabilities. So I guess technically the field is still clearing as we roll into the new year. Meanwhile, the management from freight broker Landstar Systems says the truckload market is kind of stuck between cycles. Landstar president and CEO Frank Lenegro says, "I'd like to think we're in the beginning of the next cycle. I could also argue that we're at the end of the prior cycle, but sentiment among agents and customers is clearly more positive," he says. The Jacksonville, Florida-based company missed fourth quarter expectations, posting earnings per share of $1.31. 3 cents shy of the consensus estimate, 31 cents lower year over year. A lower tax rate was a 5-cent tailwind compared to the year-ago quarter. Landstar issued first quarter EPS guidance of $1.05 to $1.25, well below the $1.36 consensus estimate at the time of the print. Now, quarter number 4 still representative of a transitioning market, they said. Fourth quarter consolidated revenue of $1.21 billion was up just 0.4% year over year. The first year over year increase, though, since the third quarter of 2022. Total truck revenue was off 0.4%, as a 3.4% decline in loads was partially offset by a 3.1% increase in the revenue per load. Softness in dry van demand was countered by strength in the flatbed offering. It's kind of stuck in between cycles, according to Landstar. Our number, 844-844-3388. Sundance, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. I wish they'd go out of business. They're the ones that destroyed this industry.
Landstar?
You know that, right?
Oh, yeah. The low ball rates, right?
No. Well, see, it's a Ponzi scheme that they've got set up, right? They're like a casino. They always win. They're the house. Because if they bid $1,000 on a load and they take 35%, they make $350. That driver, after expenses, it costs him $650 for that load. He don't make a damn thing. See, the only way we're going to fix this is if the driver gets the money from the shipper, and then after he figures out his expenses and pays himself, and he gives them 30% of what's left over. You know what I'm saying? You think that we could get it done? Or how about we just separate the truck driver's pay from the broker pay? Like, say the shipper pays the truck driver what the truck driver asks for, and whatever he feels. Now, he can give the broker whatever he wants to after he fulfills the truck driver's side of it. Because, you know what I'm saying? If they want to give them $2,000 a load.
Well, better yet, just don't use a broker. I mean, most of the drivers they interview say if there's one thing they could change, they get rid of the brokers entirely.
Right, and that's what I'm working on right now. It's going to be called the National Trucking Alliance, right?
Okay.
And what we're going to do is we're going to go. These shippers are getting ripped off by these trucking companies. When you have these trucking companies making $200,000 a year off a truck after they pay the driver and everything. That's $200,000 extra that they charge the customer, the shipper. Shippers need to go back and get their own trucks, run their own drivers out of their own hometown. They go out, they go 1,000 miles out, and they get 1,000 miles coming back, and and make it more efficient. The system is so inefficient. Like these customers or these trucking companies, they are charging round trip on the loads, right? And so they're charging $5 and $6 a mile because they can go down and back. All right, but then when they get a load extra, now they're double their revenue, but they're not passing that on to the driver because the driver got paid on the first load for the round trip. His wages were already figured in there. When he picks up a load coming back, his driver pay is not in that load. It's already in the first load. So if these people would go and get their own trucking company and go down 1,000 miles and then they get a load coming back, they would actually cut their costs in half. They could run their trucks for $100 to $25 an hour and take care of 2 customers, and the driver could be home. And because these customers, these shippers or these trucking companies are charging them $350 an hour.
Yeah.
And it is driving up the cost. And, and they're just making money, and the drivers are getting killed out here. I mean, 1 out of 99 lease guys, the leases are not a bad thing, but when they tell you can make so many, you need to base it on about 1,700 to 2,000 miles a week. That's all you need to run, 100,000 miles a year. If you want to make $100,000, your driver pay is $1 a mile.
Anybody got any hair left? I can see you out there pulling your hair out. We're getting another math lesson. As far as buying your own trucks, hey, many have tried. Some succeed very well. Others have tried and ended up selling their trucks and going back the old way. Just figure out what works for you. If nobody used the brokers might go away. I mean, the best way to do it is get a relationship with someone you're going to haul consistent freight for, and you go straight through them. But in the way the system is set up, very, very limited number or amount of freight is able to be hauled that way. So many are forced to resort to hauling a load from the broker board. And oftentimes it's just a load that's going to pay enough to pay the cost of fuel to get the damn truck back to where you want to go, right? Somebody hauling that cheap freight. How many decades have we been saying, don't haul cheap freight? Nonetheless, Steve, good morning. All the listeners out there, finally Friday, best day of the week. Looking forward to a nice, relaxing weekend. No plans. All right, the coffee's hot, car's packed, time to head into town. It's going to be a wet one out there today. Everybody enjoy the day. Enjoy your weekend from Steve there in Columbus, Ohio.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
There was a quick blurb that come down the past day, or earlier this week, rather, that President Trump says he's going to impose tariffs on imported computer chips, pharmaceuticals, and steel in an effort to get the producers to make them in the United States. That's where he was speaking at the Doral Golf Club to Republican lawmakers. Said he would also impose tariffs on aluminum and copper, metals that are needed to produce U.S. military hardware. He says we've got to bring production back to our country. All right, not often do we hear from Philip on a Friday morning. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today?
Casual Friday.
Yeah, I heard that. That numbers guy on before me, and business is business. If you know and you agree upon a number, you've agreed upon it. That's business. So deal with it. Don't if you want to change the way things are, try to do it if you want to. But business is business. We've seen that with deregulation and all that, but. I got to make a real quick comment. Somebody had made a comment about me yesterday. Eagle, I appreciate what you do, buddy, and I appreciate your comments and your opinion. We can agree to disagree, but when it comes down to experience, I know what I did in the late 80s, and I didn't form an opinion yesterday. I was merely given information about how we're going to do an investigation. Mm-hmm. So before you say I have an opinion, or before you question my experience, I live in Florida. You say you live in Florida. Steve's got my contact information. Why don't you give me a phone call and we can get together and we can talk about it? Okay? Because the one thing is I busted my butt in the late 80s working on airplanes. I didn't do it as long as trucking. But I know where I was at, and I know what happened. And I know I was the guy that was standing 12 hours on flight line in the rain waiting for an airplane to come. So I don't want to hear you garbage. All right, I don't want to hear it. All right, on to something else different than that. You're just talking about tariffs on metals, Steve. You got to be careful for that. I think what President Trump needs to focus on right now is cleaning up what he's got in his own house. If you want these people to make stuff over here, you need to make it to where the EPA and all that folks, I'm not saying lower standards, but we need to figure out the standards, because there's a lot of processes that we can't make stuff because of the EPA here. And that's why it was moved over to China and those places to make it, and as far as being cheaper as well. That's something else we need to focus on. We need to focus on getting the pricing down on something that's made in America so people can afford it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, we do have a new EPA head, Lee Zeldin, confirmed. So, you know, like all the other departments, a new boss in town. I think we may see a lot of regulatory, bureaucratic red tape being cut, and all this, you know, climate change, tree hugger stuff, you know, going into the EPA is going to go to the back burner.
It does. There's a lot of things. I mean, you look at the situation in California with the fires right now. You see how much focus California has had on the environment for how many years, and look at what the environment is now out there. You know what I mean, Steve?
Yep.
You can do all the stuff you want to do to try to save a tree, and I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. You can do all the stuff you need to do to try to save an animal. I understand that. But sometimes it's going to work out against you. And it worked out against them out there, and Mother Nature did it. Now, who's Gavin Newsom going to blame on that one? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He going to sit and blame that on Mother Nature? Well, you know what? Sometimes you get bit. You know? That's the way it is. You know? That's the way it is. You know? But that's what I think Trump needs to do, is he needs to get with the folks here, like say these people that make these chips, that have these companies in America that make all their stuff out of America. He needs to get with them and say, listen, you need to focus on getting it back over here and being self-reliant. You know, throwing tariffs out there and that stuff, that's fine and dandy. You just going to, for lack of a better way of saying it, they're going to make people mad. I don't want to say the right word, but what I was going to say, but, you know, it's just one of those things, you know. So, yeah, I figured I'd call in a little early this week. Got up a little early, and I want to say Eskimo Mom and her husband, I hope they get better. They're down sick right now, so. But that's all I got today, buddy, and y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right. So, all right. I guess they got, I don't know, did someone say they had COVID, or it might have been someone else? I'm not sure. But anyway, prayers for a speedy recovery there, Eskimo Mom. It's that time of year. You know, according to the CDC, the regular old flu bug is breaking out all over the place, which is not surprising. It's cold and flu season, right? Real quick, did you catch that former Senator Bob Menendez, it was kind of shadowed with the other breaking stories, the airline crash, but he was sentenced to 11 years in prison over his conviction last year for taking bribes, including gold bars, in exchange for favors for Egypt and other New Jersey businessmen. Now, the once powerful Democrat who spent nearly 19 years representing New Jersey in the Senate, found guilty on all 16 felony counts, including bribery and fraud. Also found guilty of acting as a foreign agent, which is a first for a United States senator, they say. All right, I guess he's going to be out of jail right until his wife goes through her trial. See how much time she gets.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A preliminary FAA report reveals that staffing at the air traffic control tower was not normal during the mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. Staffing was not normal for the amount of air traffic and time of day.
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team.
NTSB's Todd Inman says investigators continue to collect information on tower personnel. The tower typically has a controller focused on helicopter traffic, with another checking on both airplane plane and helicopter activity. 67 people are feared dead after Wednesday night's collision involving an American Airlines regional jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. President Trump is threatening to send illegal immigrants to Guantanamo Bay.
Congressman Chip Roy loves the idea.
We want these dangerous individuals to be kept somewhere, not on our streets.
The Texas Republican says the plan is both creative and innovative. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE 40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF. Yes, toes go in first, senor.
Well, that's what I'm doing right now, putting my boots on. So, yeah, of course, toes going first. How you doing this morning, Steve?
Good morning, Heat Wave.
Okay. Hey, I'm sure y'all probably talked about the helicopter since last night and this morning, but I just got up. So if I go over something that y'all already know, please let me know. Yeah, military aircraft, the helicopters, the pilot always sits in the left side, they sit in the right seat. Co-pilot sits in the left. So when you see Rambo flying his helicopter, he's not doing it from the right seat. So yeah, there's always going to be the pilot, co-pilot, and there'll either be a crew chief or a flight engineer on there, so they have an extra set of eyes. And the flight engineer or crew chief is on there in case something goes wrong. They can look at the books and say, okay, if this is going wrong, then try this other option and try to fix the issue while it's in flight. So that's the reason why they had 3 on that aircraft at the time. It hit the excuse me. I just woke up, just got out of the shower. But yeah, as far as the controls are, they would not have been flying with their night vision gear on because of the light out there. I've had the opportunity to look through a set of NVGs, night vision goggles, and it's kind of really a surreal thing because everything is.
This is Carl.
He
never really thought much of his credit scores. Well, until he got Credit Karma.
A little bit lighter than others. And if you have a fire or a light source anywhere around you, that could blind you, or you just going to take a little bit of time to get used to the NVG image that you're being fed. So
that's a big question that had indeed come up this morning. The father of the airline pilot that was killed said that he has 20 years helicopter flight experience in the Army, and said in the 90s he flew that flight over to the Pentagon many, many times, and he cited, he was questioning if they had night vision goggles on, there's a good chance they would not have seen that plane, and even without night vision goggles, there wasn't a guarantee.
Right, but that's that of course when I looked through them, that was back in '86. So they've gone through sure a lot of upgrades to them, but the night vision goggles are not something that's continuously on their face. They're able to raise it up like you would a face shield whenever you're grinding something. When you have a face shield on, and then you would just go ahead and flip it up when you're done. Now they wouldn't have been training around that airport or flying like that, like I said, because of the light. And when they do use their NVGs, it's generally in an area that's not lit up, and the lighting behind the controls and the instrument readouts is controlled. They do have a dimmer switch, and if they're using NVGs, what they'll do is before they take off, they'll go ahead and they'll put the glow sticks right around the console, and that's just enough ambient light not to blind them, but for them to be able to see what the gauges are reading. So I'm sure that they're still using analog, and there may be some digital, digital readouts that they're looking at. And I think I never really dug into it, but I think the reason why the pilot is on the right side is because of the way our helicopters are set up. Whenever they fly, they look like they may be level, but they're actually the left skid or the left side is just a little bit lower than the right. Flying a helicopter is kind of like playing in the band. You've got one hand on the cyclic, which is the stick between their legs in front of them, and you've got your collective, which has your on the pilot side is a lot more bigger than the co-pilot side, but you also have your throttles. They're rolling throttles. on the collective. Collective helps you go up and down depending on what you want to do, and the cyclic is what changes the blade pitch to go, left, right, forward, or backwards. So, yeah, they've got their feet on pedals, and like I said, the left skid's just a little bit lower than the right side, so the pilot would normally be on the right side because he'll have a higher, not much higher, but I mean it'll be there. But my experience, they wouldn't have been running anywhere near a city with the NVGs on.
Okay.
And they would have been running with the marker lights. They have red and green on top by the cabin, or where the side doors are, where extra people would be in if they were doing a mission or just flying around. They would have had their spotlight on, and they would have had the because they use the front spotlight as landing light. And then they have red strobe lights on top and bottom, and they also have a white strobe light on the bottom. So, I mean, they would have been visible to the other aircraft as well. They wouldn't have been just flying around in the dark, so to speak. So, the first thing I was thinking of was like, oh, somebody screwed the pooch on that one, and they sure did. Not having enough people in there to staff. I mean, and they don't have a civilian radio in the aircraft, if I can remember right. It's the military has their own radio because they don't want to inadvertently let somebody know, hey, I'm flying in this airspace.
Yeah, the one has one is VHF and one is on UHF. They confirmed the fact that the air traffic controller apparently was actually communicating with observing both helicopter and airline at the time this all unfolded, but he was talking to both. He got response from the helicopter pilot on 2 occasions, saying they requested what they called sight clearance. So using rather than so they did respond. The helicopter did both times that he questioned, and so they had both the VHF and the UHF channels with that particular controller. They confirmed that.
And as busy as that place is, it would have been very easy for the controller to have grabbed the wrong radio or spoken the wrong one. When he was trying to say, hey, there's something going on over here. He may have been talking to the aircraft, the fixed wing instead of the rotary wing. But I was listening to Trump talk about it yesterday morning, and then he mentioned DEI, and I thought, oh, damn, could it have been? Well, I think maybe it was, because they have a shortage in the industry of aircraft controllers, and if it was, we need to be diverse. Okay, that's fine. You can be diverse, but we don't need this equity or the I word, which I think is idiotic.
Right.
But Trump's right, Pete Hegseth is right, and the rest of the Republican Party is right. You get your rewards based upon your merit. That's what they call a meritocracy. If you can do the job more than, proficiently, without any issues, and if there's a promotion, then it's going to be based on what you had done in the past. You're not going to make a person that's been convicted of DWI 20 damn times become a cop, and run traffic.
Right. Yeah, whether or not the DEI had anything to do with it, I don't know. I mean, everything's being sliced and diced. When you get a chance, I don't know if you ever go back and listen to the podcast. I believe it was in the first half hour of hour number 2. I shared an audio piece where a current pilot Steve, had all the actual communication between the control tower, the helicopter. Again, he sliced and pieced it all together, and you got to hear the communication as to what was going on, and he kind of explained very intricately what he believes in his mind occurred before those two came together. So you go back, it's about a 10, 15-minute piece. It's very, very good.
All right, sounds like a plan, man. I know the lady Heatwave, she was upset. She's like, it was in the damn military. I said, whoa, wait just a damn minute, you know. It's at night. You got all these things going on. And, yeah, I mean, that should have never happened. Well, they were citing Obama had gotten rid of a bunch of applications because they weren't the right agenda. To be nice about it, it wasn't the right
DEI
part of the agenda that he was trying to get in. You know?
Right,
so,
right.
And I mean, that's a stressful job. It really is. I mean, when I was in the military, they had one old boy in our shop tried to cross train into becoming an air traffic controller, a field air traffic controller, and yeah, he was back in a rather short time, you know, a couple of months. He says, man, that is hard stuff. So I have no idea. I have to take his word for it. But I mean, just seeing these people on the phones and on the horns and then passing the aircraft on to the next person down the line, yeah, that's a tough job. And
you got to be on your A game. And I say, undoubtedly, everyone that was in that control tower and everything has been brought in for a drug and alcohol test. You know, because they want to make sure everyone was on their A game, right? Someone had posted and said, I hear that the helicopter pilot was a female. Now, whether that would make a difference or not, why would it? Yes, it was. Here's the factual information. The 3 soldiers of the Black Hawk helicopter that collided with the jet were all, they say, very experienced and not only had thousands of hours of flight time between them, but were actually very familiar with the flight patterns above the Potomac. That was a question we had 24 hours ago, questioning, seeing as they had come out of the Fort Belvoir, rather than what's the base that's right across the river, either way. So they did have very familiarity with the flight patterns. The Army confirming that all 3 were from Bravo Company 12th Combat Aviation Battalion based at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, about 20 miles south of Washington, D.C. This unit primarily transports senior U.S. military officials around the Washington area and beyond. All right, recovery efforts for 2 of the soldiers in the Black Hawk in the frigid waters continued Thursday, as did the search for the missing 64 among the American Airlines flight. And they have recovered the flight data and cockpit recorders, I know, from the American Airlines. But the helicopter along the Potomac, a routine nighttime qualification flight in which an instructor pilot tests a pilot's skills at navigating the various routes through the Washington area that are key parts of his or her mission. Now, Jonathan Kazoil, a retired Army Chief Warrant Officer with more than 30 years' experience in flying Army helicopters, said it was a very experienced group. He's been attached to the Unified Command Post created at Reagan National to try and coordinate efforts following this deadly collision. Now, Kazoil confirmed to reporters at a press conference call that the male instructor pilot had more than 1,000 hours of flight time. The female pilot, who was commanding the flight at the time, had more than 500 hours flight time. And the crew chief also had said to have hundreds of hours of flight time. Now, the way Kazoil put it, he said, given the short duration of most helicopter flights, the number of hours that they had flown should show how experienced they actually were. All right, 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All righty. Hey, Mike. What's up?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So, as you were just kind of saying there, I was actually talking to somebody else I knew was in the Air Force there yesterday, and they said that they have to log a trip as a specific reason for doing it, you know, if they're not on a mission or whatever. So most of the time when they go out and they're flying, whether they've got 5 hours or 5,000 hours, they mark down that trip, you know, that flight as training because they're logging flight time.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, even if they're going to pick up pizza with a helicopter, they log it as training because it adds the flight time hours to, you know, their flying time.
Okay.
So that's one thing there that he was telling me. But not that they go out and get pizza very often. Domino's usually delivers to them. The one thing I didn't hear from the air traffic controller, and whether it just didn't make it out in the communication or whether it wasn't said, was I don't know if he told the helicopter pilot how many planes were actually in the vicinity they should be looking at to, you know, get a visual on, you know, the
correct.
one specific one.
Correct. He just said, do you have visual? And that's where, you know, Captain Steve was saying, I believe he was seeing this particular plane, the one that was behind the one that they actually made contact with.
So if the air traffic controller said there was, you know, three fixed-wing aircrafts in your vicinity, make sure you specifically see this one, then it might have, you know, they might have been looking more than just saying, hey, yep. I see the airplane, we're good. And so So maybe it's a little breakdown in that way. But as I say, the transmission that we could hear, I mean, your pilot Steve there, he did a good job. He probably has a lot better ear for listening to air traffic controllers than the rest of us do. But between the static and everything, it's a tough thing to listen to, and try to make out with. So, but anyways, but as I say, we just got to wait and see and let the experts get it figured out and deciphered, and we're not going to change anything. The only thing we can do is try to prevent something else from happening at this point, happening again. So anyways, so I heard Eagle there a little earlier there talking about NASCAR and how he's not going to really want to participate with watching or anything. And I know he's always was a pretty big fan and liked to go to the races and get tickets. And I think he bought some memorabilia and swag at times. And well, if he's going to have all this extra money from not doing that, I'd like to help him out with that if I could.
I bet you would.
If he'd like to go to wishconvoy.org and look up horse feathers there, I mean, and we'll take any donations that he might want to contribute there. So so yeah, anybody else too. If you want to give up a cup of coffee or something like that, just yander over there to wishconvoy.org and you can check out all the different drivers. And at this point, we get done with all this propane stuff. We got to get started on it because we haven't really accomplished much this year yet. So we got to get going. But maybe that'll be a good start there because maybe Eagle will be right up on that there for me. So we'll have to see how all that works out there.
Well, it's only January, but it is the final day of January. Tomorrow, February 1, and Convoy was at March, April. When is Mother's Day anyway?
Mother's Day is always the second Sunday in May.
May, okay.
But yep, it's always the second Sunday in May. But the one big thing about it this year is the Convoy actually got moved to Saturday before Mother's Day. They're trying that out to see if it helps the mothers and families out a little bit because there's always been a little bit of, taking Mom's Day away by having to go do the Convoy. Mm-hmm. But then there's traditionalists out there too, Your Honor, that it's always been on Mother's Day. It's supposed to be on Mother's Day, and so there's some feathers that have been ruffled with the change. But we're going to give it a shot, see what happens, raise a couple flags, see who salutes, and go from there. But anyways, it'll be coming quick. I mean, truck shows coming quick. Just a little bit over a month and a little over a month and a half away, and heck, the next thing you know, it's Mother's Day. So
boom, yep.
But
all right,
well, Your Honor. I guess
thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it's worth a try though. Saturday, I concur that Mother's Day, holding a big event like that. Now, a lot of folks want to spend the day with Mom, take her out to dinner. You may end up with a bigger turnout holding it on a Saturday. I guess we'll find out come the second Saturday. Would that be in May? Close it out right there. Have a great weekend. See you back at the midnight hour, Sunday night into Monday morning.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.